Hello, everyone! It's been a while since we last saw all of your pretty faces. I'm Graham, or Graham Crackers, and it's nice to see you again. And we are back with the Goldshine Investigations, a 5e homebrew campaign DM'd by the wonderful Matt. I am Graham, or Graham Crackers. Welcome to my channel, first and foremost. If you're new here, well, where we think everyone deserves a spot to play at a table, and we just like to play with friends. But tonight I am playing Harris Nerthos, a Tiefling Paladin Oath of Conquest, and I am joined by some wonderful players.
Moi?
Oh, a wonderful player appeareth!
Oh, hi guys, I'm Pharaoh. I usually like to be here when the icon isn't so cursed. I will be playing Utaka, the Water Genasi cleric rogue, and I am joined by...
Hi everybody, it's me, Kari. I'll be playing Israel, the half-elf Fae-Pact warlock, and I am so excited to be back after the nice little break, and I am joined by...
Oh, hi, that's me. Hi, everybody. I'm Derek Sword. I'm going to be playing once again Griaz Bramble-Pelt, druid, rogue, bugbear, swampy boy, hugbear, all that kind of stuff. I'm very excited to be back. I also think our new logo is incredibly cursed, and I want it to stop staring at me. And I'm joined by...
Hello, everyone. My name is Jeremy, and I will be playing Ivran Blackmont, the Aasimar Oath of Devotion Paladin. And I can't wait to get back into it. Last but not least, we're joined by our wonderful GM.
Hi, I'm Matt, your DM. I'll be playing everyone else, and I happen to think the new logo is just fine. So, is
Matt,
everyone
that's your
ready?
opinion. We respect that. You're still wrong, though.
Yeah, it's my God-given right to be wrong.
It's
apparently,
it's up to 4 hearts now, so you're not alone.
Hey,
If it's eaten 4 hearts, that logo has eaten 4 people's hearts. I would believe that.
So what
I
you're
fully
telling
believe that
me
logo
is
I
need
feeds
to...
on human flesh.
Hey, I'm just saying.
Okay, here.
That...
I'm giving people an alternative to click on it. They can now click that icon if they want to say.
All I'm saying is it's like the Eye of Sauron, but it's always looking out for you.
Hey, it watches over us.
Exactly. I refuse to refresh my
so
tab to see
guys, what we were referencing here is an image that Graham posted in the Graham Crackers Discord, which if you're not there, you should be.
One day
a link
I'll
for
make
that
it
on
public.
the channel. Oh, okay. Never mind. I tried.
One day.
Last time I tried to...
Hey, it'll be on my Twitter. So, you wait until after the game and I will post this to my Twitter and say, I made an art.
I did a
Actually, I'll do it right now. So,
I know.
Matt, feel free to give us a recap of where we've been and how we got here, and I'm gonna,
Okay, so when we last left off, the party successfully survived their journey into Nightmare when the realm appeared on the GSIA's radar following an incursion of wild mage lycanthropy, astral lycanthropes that would infect spellcasters in the waking world, causing their magic to have unforeseen side effects before eventually causing them to turn into one of the beasts and spread the infection further. With the city completely devoid of the magic that once pervaded it, the party journeyed into Nightmare to rescue the GSAA field team that had been sent in ahead of them and solve the mystery for themselves, striking up a deal with the cosmic entity of Nightmare itself. They discovered that the source of the problems was a devoted summoner mage, Joshua Scott Sr., father to the survivor Vermin Hollow that the party had befriended several months prior. Killing before promptly resurrecting the summoner. The party returned to the waking world and has delivered the Children of Red Sight Summoner into custody with hopes that with his mind still intact, he can be convinced to share any information he has. With that, we will be picking up more or less where we left off. Utaka has just given a grand gesture of affection to Ivran, the half-god paladin. The Paladin brothers are going on ahead to deliver the report on what happened in Nightmare, while the remaining party members head home to prepare to rest and recoup before everyone prepares to make the journey to the Black Swamp on Griaz's behalf to rescue his dying lands. With that, on your first night back in the waking world, fresh out of Nightmare and licking your wounds, what would you all like to do?
So I think that the most important thing that I would like to do, having returned from a plane of relative okayness, Harris, Nerthos, would like to go to a tavern.
About to suggest the same thing, brother, you and I.
Great minds think alike. After all, whenever you are in constant peril, the only redeeming thing that gets us through is a nice pint.
Aye, the old campaigner's code.
The liquid courage or instant nap.
Well, would you be buying this time?
Twist my arm, I suppose I can. After all...
Well, no, that wouldn't be fair. You did do the reports. You didn't embellish anything, did you?
Oh, me? Embellish? I would never, embellish anything. I told nothing but the straight truth. You can trust me, brother.
Insight check.
Okay. My deception is... Man, even with a really high deception roll, that's not gonna be high. It's a 14.
But that one. So... Oh, well, that's a first. Never mind. Very well, brother. I will pay for your drinks.
That sounds wonderful. Should we, reach out to Graz, or perhaps Israel, or Utaka?
Seem to follow us, and I think Utaka's gone to some sort of demi-plane, possibly?
Oh yes, that is true. I forgot that, the wizard took him away. Probably for the best.
Well, you could never hold his drink anyways.
That is very true.
But we could stop by the house and get the other two if they're interested.
That sounds like a wonderful idea. Also, I have been thinking that perhaps we should probably go and find the swamp for Griaz next. And then we should probably go home. There are a lot of mysteries that we have not solved, unfortunately.
I see no fault in that, brother. We still have our own missions and vows to uphold.
Sadly, the nobles that I worked with and that I talked with didn't necessarily have the information that we needed.
Neither did the criminals I interrogated here. I think we discussed it, right? They said that it was most likely an inside job.
That is correct. But who among our Fossier's house would want him dead? He was well liked. I do not see any reason that anyone would want him dead.
Neither could I, and for what? The seat of Barodel is not extremely prosperous or wealthy. It brings great power. I couldn't imagine anyways.
Is there a way? One day we will find whoever did this.
Yes, we will. And we'll bring them to justice.
But until then, we will drink and be merry. Come on, hurry on. And I will hustle us back to the house.
All right. So, with Utaka currently being immunized against the wild mage infection, that leaves Israel and Griaz to watch over the house. Melvin returning with Mistra to GSA headquarters after the report was delivered. And I will say that while the two of you were delivering your report to Mistra, she did promise that you would be given updates on this case and ongoing ones as soon as Utaka was healthy enough to be present for the meeting. So you will be paid for your saving of the city, but Mistra has deemed it fit to wait a little bit. That being said, Israel and Griaz, after the two of you have settled in back at the house, what are you doing?
Israel's probably finishing up a bath, because that was the first order of business.
Yeah, I think when we left off, Griaz had like Israel slung over the shoulder and just, I think he's probably doing the dad thing and is sitting very uncomfortably in like a sofa chair, like where his back is just a little too low. It's going to hurt when he gets up and he's going to complain about it. But it's like his legs are stretched out a little bit and he's got Junior just like on his stomach, like arms draped over the side, just snoring loudly.
Yeah, and the mimic still in their shield form on your stomach occasionally just like swells and flattens with its own small feral little snoring. And Israel, it's about the time where you're just finishing up your bath and returning downstairs that you hear a knock at the door.
So, flinging out her hair, which she hasn't put back up in braids, is now damp and sort of a little wavy from the braids that are usually in it, even though she's washed it. And so she's in her dress, actually, and goes to the door to answer. And open it does.
All right.
Oh, you're back.
Ivron gives a gracious bow.
She just steps out of the way and just sort of lets them in.
Ivron Yao immediately pads up onto the porch of the house and immediately curls up in their favorite spot, incredibly in the way of the front door, and lays down for their own nap.
I suppose you're just as tired. And he's huge, right? Like he's
pretty big. Like
yeah.
Could easily like bowl you over if the need arose.
Tipped around him.
Mm-hmm.
And take off his oak brown traveling cloak that Kahira's bought him and put it over this very large creature. Not that he needs it, but
The thought
I
is
don't know.
appreciated.
Winter is coming.
Yeah, winter is coming.
So.
Yeah. You would of course know that. Yeah, it's getting to the tail end of autumn, with winter about to start in earnest in about a week or two. So, Harrison Ivron, you have returned home. You see Griaz and Junior snoring comfortably in the dining room, and Israel seems fresh out of a bath. Is there anything you guys would like to do at the house before heading off to the Lucky Griffin to partake in spirits?
Israel? Would you be interested in perhaps joining us for the tavern? Maybe? I mean, if that is what you wish or want to do, then who am I to say? But
She is watching that with sort of a fond arm crossed, just letting him stumble along with this before she would step forward and give him a kiss on the cheek and would go, I'd love to. And she'd prepare to get ready to leave, probably either going up to get some things from her pack and join them back downstairs. And of course, to make sure she had shoes on, because she definitely didn't when she answered the door.
All right.
Ivron will go
Griaz
over
just
to...
opens like...
Yeah. You go over to Griaz and be like, Master Bramblepelt.
He's just gonna open one eye. Yeah.
Would you care to join us at the tavern?
Hell yeah.
Fantastic.
He'll just kind of lean back and look over to Harris. Hey man, that was that was real awkward what you just did there.
I mean, I like to think that I do better with my hands than I do with my words.
Nice.
Snickers.
What was that? She comes down.
I was just saying that I am much more skilled in fighting than in talking.
Good save, brother. Good save.
She nods like she doesn't believe you.
All right. So, Israel, as you gather your things and you all wake up and start making your way towards the tavern. Griaz, are you going to leave Junior at home, or are you going to take them with you? Just so I know all of who's present.
Yeah, I think I think it's more risky to leave it at home because I don't know what he's gonna look like. I keep my eye on that little bastard.
I think you still have Garnet, too.
I do still have Garnet. Yeah, unless we kind of mentioned in
you
the
have
chat.
Garnet right now.
Okay,
Right
yeah,
now. Oh no.
Yeah, Tucker was
Oh,
knocked
no.
out as soon as they so they don't struggle during the shots. So
yeah. This is right after we got back. So yeah, well, if we kind of talked in chat a little bit, but yeah, he still has Garnet just like scurrying through his fur a little bit, which is not the worst thing for used to scorpions being in there.
yeah, that's where the scorpions live. All right. In that case, with pets and mimic children in tow, you all begin to make your way towards the Lucky Griffin. Making your way to the familiar tavern, you arrive at the tavern to see that it's a little bit busier than when you saw it last. You see the same colorful characters who frequent it, but you do notice a very noteworthy pile of kegs and barrels starting to be built up in the rightmost corner within access of the bar, but seeming like they're about to be added but haven't quite been so yet. And on the top of one of the barrels towards the bottom, you can see a very small griffin hatchling just kind of curled up and snoozing on one of the barrels. And Gaharis, as soon as all of you step in, you feel a small pair of hands on your shoulder. Well. Didn't expect to see you here. You hear the familiar voice of Basil, the magic item dealing gnome from Terminus that was given a job with the GSIA. We're just kind of, and you all of you at the sound of his voice see him just lounging on Gaharis' shoulder with a smile.
Without missing a beat, quite used to Basil vanishing and appearing at several places at once. I think I reach into my pouch. Master Basil, it has been so long. Well, actually it has not, but this is for you, and it is the wand of pyrotechnics that he lent me.
Yeah, he gratefully takes it. I hope you got some good use out of it.
To be honest, I really wanted to use it several times, but the problem was we had the giant mimic, and we had a kraken, and so there was never an appropriate time to use it.
Such is life, I suppose. You're always free to borrow again when the need arises. And you feel his weight disappear from your shoulders. From the rest of your perspective, he drops behind Gaharis and vanishes, never hitting the floor. And you see him walking by your feet, Israel, with a tray of drinks held up over his head as he looks up to all of you.
Snatch one? Because it's
if you
right
like.
there.
Yeah, you can if you like.
I'm gonna take one.
Yeah, he doesn't miss a beat and just gives a smile as he watches you. And With the ban on magic in town, I'm afraid I'm out of work for the time being, so I decided to help out Quincy around the tavern. With the festival coming up, they're in slight need of an extra pair of hands. And you hear a voice from across the tavern as you see another Basil lounging on the countertop of the bar. And if there's one thing I can do, it's provide hands.
Festival?
The one at your feet gives a nod and starts to walk off before disappearing behind a table leg. Indeed, the one at the countertop speaks up. The Winter Festival. We were originally not planning to have it in town, but he gestures to Ivron in the group. There was some insistence that the festival should be held here anyway, and, well, we're certainly not complaining.
Wait, winter?
Basil gives you a smile. Of course, winter.
What
You've
season
been here
was
for
it?
months.
What season was it when we left?
When you left Nightmare, or when you
When we entered Nightmare.
when you entered Nightmare, it was starting to get to the end of autumn.
Okay, so we... Okay.
Yeah, so it lines up. It's more just that you hadn't like the thought kind of runs through all of you that, oh yeah, I guess we hadn't really been factoring in how long we've been here.
Yeah, and she just sort of looks and takes a drink and is like, huh. I guess I'm older now. And she just sort of raises her drink and goes ahead and drains it.
You immediately hear a little party blower as Basil leans up against your leg. Congratulations. I'm sorry it couldn't be properly celebrated with everything going on. I could always ask Quincy to make sure all of you get to drink for free to make up for it.
That sounds like a wonderful idea.
Yeah, she's just like, sure?
Are there more of you that
fine.
are going to come out clapping and singing a song or something? Because
I can if you like.
honestly, this place is feeling a little infested right now. Can I just? You said drinks are free, and he's going to go and go for one of the barrels.
All right.
You will scritch the baby griffin underneath the chin beak. Just, hey, sweet baby, and yeah, just grab himself a barrel.
All right. While Griez is doing that, what are the rest of you doing?
I'd like to talk to Basil real quick.
He leans up against Israel's leg.
Basil, I know that you are still in the magic item business, given that it is on hold, but, I suspect that I have a item that may interest you in buying. Or trading.
Oh.
I'm gonna pull out the handgun. I gave the machine gun over to the Goldshine investigation, but I will pull out the revolver. And some of the...
He tilts his head and holds out a hand for it.
I will plop it over. It is, magical, I think. It fires... It is like the firearms that we have far, far over with the Hell Knights, but much more advanced.
He slides around, seeming like he's going to lean up against Israel's knee, but vanishes as soon as they're out of sight. And you feel a weight on your head, Gaharis, as he's like leaning back on your scalp and like resting his head against one of your horns.
This is okay.
Interesting. And do you want something in exchange for this? This is a rather interesting item, although, and he kind of looks it over. I don't suspect it's magical, simply more advanced than anything we have here.
Easy away. It is not something that I believe that I will need. And I cannot, in good conscience, sell it to any other trader, except for you. So would you prefer a coin or a trade?
He kind of, his feet kind of kick up against one of your other horns in thought, just kind of like resting up on them like a footrest as they kind of twitch side to side. If you don't mind, I'd like a chance to look it over, tinker with it a little bit. Why don't you come to my shop in a few days and I'll get back to you?
That sounds perfect.
I need time to ascertain exactly how valuable this is.
As I would expect. And I would like to maybe make a sleight of hand check to grab one of the sticky hands that I stole from the Plane of Nightmare and smack it on the back of Basil.
Make a sleight of hand check.
I'm gonna use my nat 20. I'm not even gonna roll. That is a 22 total.
You see the Basil going by with drinks, and promptly, as you feel the one on your head roll over to land behind you, but vanishing, and managed to smack the small of Basil's back, and he kind of gives a slight jump and fumbles to make sure the drinks don't fall over, and turns his head to you and gives you a wide gnomish little smile. Oh, seems like you found a lot of fun stuff.
Is that this true? And I will pull it back and it'll be like fling back. I call it the mage hand, and I will huck it back in my pouch.
That's certainly one way to think of it. And he gives you a smile as he turns to continue delivering drinks. Ivron and Israel, what are the two of you up to?
I think just upon hearing that it's Israel's birthday, he would pat her on the shoulder and be like, "Happy birthday, Israel."
And she's just looking a little dazed, like, man, time's a thing. And just taking her a drink, but she nods, just like, thanks.
One hell of a way to celebrate your birthday, coming out of Nightmare and all.
Honestly, it's sad to say that's an improvement on some of my recent birthdays.
Then we're just gonna have to make sure that tonight is all the more memorable.
And she lifts her cup and is like, sure thing.
We did a cake and everything for Utaka. Do you want a cake? And no, just want to.
That's fine. Really, the drinks are plenty, and maybe if there's music. And she'd look around and see if there's any, bards. Is there music at this tavern?
Is there a satyr bard in this tavern?
There is. You do see the same pink-haired satyr that you saw before. However, she's not playing music at the moment.
Oh no!
You see her looking over a mug of presumably one of the new alcohols in stock, and seems almost kind of confused by it. And that'll actually bring us to Griez. Griez, as you're approaching the barrel and petting the griffin hatchling, you see Quincy, the half-elven bartender, approach you with a smile as they kind of lean on the counter. And we've gotten some fresh stock in for the festival. I thought it was going to go to waste if we weren't hosting it, but this is some experimental stuff from around the region. Any of it catch your eye?
I'm sorry, I found the word experimental to be incredibly disconcerting. Can you specify? Say more on that, please.
Relax, I'm not selling any poison in my establishment. It's just stuff you wouldn't ordinarily find unless you knew exactly where to look. Let me see here. For instance, and he actually pats the barrel that you were considering drinking from. This is some chronomancer stuff. They call it rewind rum. From what I've heard, you take a drink of this stuff, and one of three things happens. Nothing, you skip straight to being hungover, or you're immediately as drunk as if you've had a full night of it.
What's behind door number 2?
He takes a peek around, and let's see here. I have a list of alcohols here.
Yeah, I love the 33.3 repeating chance of just being instantly hungover. Yeah, I too have had a Long Island iced tea. Thanks, Matt. I too have drank tequila.
He gives you a smile, and after a bit of looking around, nods and taps another barrel. You see this one is marked with the symbol of a gear, and he knocks a finger against it. Artificer's Tonic. It's a relatively bland drink, if I'm being perfectly honest with you, but I've heard that it gives you a little bit of inspiration if you drink it at the right times.
Okay. All right. I don't know how many more options there are to go through, Matt. I'm going
There's quite a few.
Okay.
I'll say if you want, you can make an investigation check to just see which ones like look particularly like odd or interesting to you.
Sure. Okay. I will do that. Was that 17?
So other than those two, the ones that catch your attention the most, you see a lot. There's some dark elf stuff. You even see some that Quincy insists is not blood, but says that it is also manufactured by Nosferatus. So you are not 100% sure and think you should probably pass on it just to be safe.
I'm glad they work in pairs. Otherwise, it would be a Nosferatu one.
The ones that catch your attention the most are Barbarian Brew, which is said to make tempers rise. Betting Man's Brew, which is said to increase your luck at card games. And Wild Mage Wine, which Quincy was originally going to throw out, but says that you can have if you wish. It's not dangerous per se, but they were intending to get rid of it simply because they thought it would be insensitive given the current situation in Vale Bright.
Okay, I will take all three. Thank you.
Coming right up. Cocktail or all separate?
No, I'm taking the 3 barrels. You said it's Israel's birthday, so drinks are free.
Oh! And Israel, you see Quincy give you a wave. Happy birthday, miss! And he kind of looks to you, Griaz. I'm going to assume from the fact that you're here alive and seem in relatively good spirits that our problems in the city are going to be dwindling pretty rapidly over the next few days.
I mean, the current problems, hell yeah. I don't know. I'm not a fortune teller.
With that, he gives you a nod and slams a hand on the table, and everyone in the tavern kind of briefly quiets and glances at him. Happy birthday to Miss Israel. Drinks on the house for everyone. And an uproarious cheer goes up through the tavern. And he gives a bow and clicks his tongue to the griffin, who immediately looks up and scampers off of the barrel. Take what you like. If we're truly having the festival here, then I'm going to get some more coming in soon anyway.
All right, fun. Well, here's 5 gold, and I apologize for how much we're going to fuck shit up. All right.
Oh, please. As long as you put on a show, I don't care. All right.
Okay.
So, Griaz, note that you now have barrels of Barbarian Brew, Wild Mage Wine, and Betting Man's Brew.
Okay. How many servings are in a barrel, do you want to say?
Here, let me double check.
Are we talking like smaller kegs? Or are we talking like kegs?
They're small-ish kegs because they're meant to just be like individually unique alcohols from around the region. So I'll say 10 per barrel. I'll say 10 drinks worth, like 10 full mugs.
He's just gonna like long-limbed, just kind of sweep him up a little bit and bring him over to the table and just kind of sit him down. All right, y'all. We can fuck shit up. We can get lucky while we fuck shit up, and then we can really fuck shit up.
Must we?
Don't finish that sentence. All right.
I grabbed 2 random mugs.
So you're just gonna take randomly from one of the 3 barrels?
So there's fucks him up, gets lucky, fucking things up, and really fucks things up.
You want to make like a around the world, just like layer them?
Yes.
Make a 4 horsemen.
Griaz, do you wish to mix cocktails of Barbarian's Brew, Betting Man's Brew, and Wild Mage Wine?
Man, what kind of question is that? Let me see what else I can add to it. What else do I have in my equipment?
She's gonna pour herself a real big pint of the Betting Man's Brew. She feels like she needs to be lucky to avoid whatever is gonna happen otherwise. She's just gonna slip in there and just get the one thing, and it's like, all right.
All right, and Israel, I will say, when you look at your mug of Betting Man's Brew, you see it is a frothy, bright green liquid, although it does smell pleasant.
Brilliant.
She's not quite
So I
sure
was-
about that, but she goes ahead and takes a sip. What does this taste like?
The taste is actually rather pleasant. It's very smooth, doesn't go down as roughly as whiskeys and rums would, and has a very sharp. I'm trying to think of like a good word to describe it. But it does have a very sharp but not unpleasant flavor to it. The first word that comes to your mind whenever you swallow it and the taste starts to set in is spring.
Huh. But she continues to drink it.
All right, Israel. If you finish that mug of this, you will have advantage on sleight of hand checks.
Very cool.
So, Griaz, what are we doing?
Imagine him pulling like moss out of his pelt and being
Yeah,
like,
like-
yes, let's get crazy.
Come on now, okay? No, he's not doing that. He's adding some other stuff he has. He has some, what does he have? He has some herbs, some unrefined herbs of healing, we've determined. So he is going to kind of muddle those at the bottom. He also has some powdered Francine scales. So if he can turn invisible while doing this shit.
The angriest invisible tiefling you'll ever meet who's angry.
Oh no!
We can't see what's breaking everything.
Oh, no! We just hear screaming.
Well, bar's haunted. Yeah, he also has lightning mushrooms, but I don't think he's gonna have those.
Okay, so you're gonna add unrefined healing herbs, powdered chameleon scales, barbarian's brew, wild wine, and betting man's brew into a cocktail.
He also has, I have mimic bits written down and mimic poison. I don't think I'm gonna add either of those, but yeah.
All right. Are you gonna make one for everyone, or just for you and Garrus?
But anybody, I mean, he's gonna make one for Everon too.
Yeah, Israel is giving an absolutely not.
Everyone's not gonna back down from that. Everyone else is doing it.
Absolutely. I mean, when
And
in,
Israel just gives everyone a look like, really?
when in Veilbright, I mean, we saves the city.
We might just be the cause of its demise after all this. And she just gives a whole
Griaz,
arm around and all that.
Griaz, make me a nature check to see how good you make these cocktails. And I will say, you all see as Griaz starts mixing them and distributing them, every eye in the tavern is on all of you.
23.
Okay. You mix the herbs, the scales, and you begin to make the cocktails. And all of you watch as Griaz first the betting man's brew, which has that same green frothy texture that you saw, Israel. The wild wine is this bright, pulsating pink. It almost hurts to look at it as it takes on this kind of like very colorful flashing, especially if you look at it in the mug, and it settles in to mix with the green to create this just really odd 60s I forget the word for it, but that like very trippy look to it as the colors mix. And
Like
finally,
lava lamp
yes,
kind of deal.
yes, exactly. Yeah, I was trying to think of the word, couldn't think of it.
Yeah.
And finally, the Barbarian Brew, which is this bright blood red, incredibly frothy mix that settles in to turn the entire, all three of the mugs before you into these flashing, like bright salmon and green colored drinks with a heavy layer of froth at the top, with little garnish of silvery scales and healing herbs.
I keep imagining like the old Bugs Bunny cartoons when he's mixing like drinks and they're turning colors, and then there's like a mushroom cloud. That comes
Yeah.
down.
It kind of has that vibe to it, yeah.
And this is how Utaka gets out of jail early. The greatest heist.
So, Who would like to drink first?
Me.
Listen. Let's break into a demi-plane. It not can't be that hard. It has demi in the word. That means like half.
Okay.
It's not even a real plane, you know?
Even a real plane. Gaharis, you all watch as Gaharis immediately picks up the mug and without any hesitation.
Oh,
Hops it down.
I have a cheer that I do.
Oh, go
I
for
look
it.
at Ivron and I dink my mug with Ivron's and I go, "Here's to you, here's to me. The best of brothers will always be. But perchance you do fuck up, fuck you, and here's to me." I just down the mug.
Ron will also down his mug at that.
Griaz?
Something. All right. Yep. All right. Yeah.
Israel, you watch all three of them hawk their mugs down. All three of you are immediately hit with this insane menagerie of sharp taste. The Betting Man's Brew has that same sharp, spring-like, wet flavor to it. And then the wild wine hits. It's this, like, you're seeing colors and, like, immediately, like, almost instinctively want to gag. It has a very sharp tang to it, definitely distinctly alcoholic. And finally, the Barbarian's Brew, this hot, like, throat-burning mixture that immediately makes your tongues, like, itch with spice. I would like all three of you to please roll me a D100. You all have advantage on sleight of hand checks, and you are all now considered to be raging.
Nice.
And this is when we black out.
25 for Gaharis.
Okay, Gaharis.
90.
All right, I'll take it one at a time for everyone. So 90 for Griaz, 25 for you, Gaharis. Okay, and Ivron.
83.
Okay. Gaharis, so Israel, as you see all three of them kind of like blink rapidly as the just rush of the train of flavors hit them, and they're like the wild one is making their vision go spotty. Gaharis, or rather Israel, you see as a third eye opens on Gaharis's forehead. Gaharis, you now have advantage on perception checks if you didn't already. Griaz, with your 80, you said, or what'd you roll?
90.
90, thank you. Griaz, you feel some of the scales on your tongue from the garnish you put on, and Israel, you watch as Griaz vanishes. Griaz, you are now invisible for the next minute. And Ivron, what did you roll?
83, I think I said.
Yeah, okay. Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
Ivron, I would like you to roll me a d10, please.
Oh, man.
You lose D10 levels. Oh no!
Hope I'm not the one that's raging. 7.
Okay. Gaharis, Griaz, Israel, you all take 7 necrotic damage as Ivron coughs and this nightmarish black smoke comes out of his mouth and sweeps through all of your chest, and you just feel this like really, like the anger you're feeling is like temporarily dulled by this intense like sadness for a second before you all regain your senses. So Gaharis, an eye is open on your forehead. Griaz, you are invisible and nobody can hear you. And Ivron, you dealt some damage to the rest of the party, and you are all now raging and have advantage on sleight of hand checks.
Hell, man, party foul. God damn it.
Imagine it's
That
like
was
a
a lot.
there's no way to start a night.
What were you thinking?
In our defense, I don't think we were thinking.
Y'all hear me? I'm dead. I died. Damn it, he killed me.
Where are you?
No,
Well, I guess
Israel,
I'm
you
a
can't
ghost
hear
now.
him.
No, you can't? Oh,
Oh,
okay.
wait, we can't hear Griaz?
What did
Yeah, you
Matt
can't
do?
see
Oh.
or hear him for the next
Oh
minute.
no!
Am I still tangible? Can I still, like, move stuff?
Yeah, you're invisible and nobody can hear you, but you can't. You are still tangible.
Perfect. Perfect time to become poltergeist. All right, I'm dead and I'm mad. Let's throw a bar stool across the room. Woo, hell yeah.
You all watch as a bar stool goes flying.
That wasn't very nice.
was that?
Somebody should teach that person a lesson.
Ivron picks up another bar stool and smashes it, and now has a bar stool leg in his hand.
I'm climbing on top of the table with 2 mugs like they're like boxing gloves.
You all just feel this like hot blood coursing through your veins as your rages build, as you start laying waste to the Lucky Griffin. Harris, you're just getting ready to box, and you just have your table leg in hand. It's really, you're just watching as everyone in the tavern kind of glances to each other, kind of considering for a second.
Israel calls out, "Take cover!" Like.
Come hither, ghost! How dare you ruin my friend's birthday? I will smite you.
Get under the tables.
The leg begins to glow with light.
And Israel, as you're trying to warn everyone and start hiding, you hear the familiar voice of the pink-haired satyr call out, "Bar fight!" And everyone starts going to town.
Oh yeah, I use my last level 2 spell slot to summon my spiritual weapon, which is just a giant mug of ale. And I think I smash it down at any table near people, just within 30 feet, just boom, deck of cards in the air.
I want to cast Druidcraft and tell the weather, but not really, as I throw my portable swamp.
You chuck your bag, and a good chunk of the Lucky Griffin is then consumed by a swamp. You see Blossom like beating down on the serpentine half elf, and they're both like now rolling around in the muck, trying to pull themselves out. Gaharis, one of the table legs gets stuck in the muck, and you fall into the swamp Griaz has created.
God. Israel has retreated, by the way, behind the bar, like hiding underneath and behind the bar.
And as you do so, Israel, you see Basil and Quincy just watching this unfold, like whistling and cheering and clapping.
Who looks to be the toughest in the bar?
By your judgment?
Is there anyone in armor?
Make me a perception check.
It's an advantage no matter what. I have 3 eyes.
No, I'm going to say, though, flat roll, because you're pretty badly distracted and wasted.
Fair. That is a 12.
Okay. Looking around, you see multiple people who you think could qualify, but one in particular grabs your attention. The heavily armored figure who had, I believe, beaten Ivron, Ivron had beaten him in an arm wrestle, but he does still look pretty tough. The armor is pretty spiky looking. You've never seen him without it. Looks like a pretty tough customer.
I am jumping through the air to sucker punch this individual across the face with my mug gloves.
All right, go ahead and make an improvised attack roll, and take into account you are considered to be raging.
All right. That is a 17, and I don't add proficiency, correct?
Yeah, unless you're not proficient in improvise.
No. So just my roll plus strength.
Yeah.
21.
So what'd you roll? 21. Okay. That is actually a hit. So improvised will be doing. I think because you're not proficient, it's just like one, like basically just your strength, I believe. Because I think it's if you have to have proficiency for it to do a D4. So go ahead and roll.
So it's 1 damage plus my strength?
Yeah, because I think you have to be proficient.
Okay, so I wouldn't have to roll. It's just 5 damage.
Okay. You just clock the armored figure.
Then rage, which I think adds something, right? No?
Yeah,
I don't know how rage works.
Yeah, it adds a flat damage roll based on your level, which I'm keeping track of. So you just clock this armored figure with your mug, and actually managed to really send him stumbling back. You basically sucker punched him in the back of the head, and that mixed with you can hit his helmet rattling from the impact. He kind of stumbles and turns to you, and then when he sees you panting, clearly angry and ready to fight, he's just like, "All right, let's go, you and me!" And the two of you just start brawling. And does anyone else have anything we want to do before we cut to black?
A sec. Israel is trying to have a conversation with Basil and Quincy, and it is, who thought this was going to be a good idea at the festival? Get a bunch of people angry and start a goddamn riot? And why imagine, who's trying city because this is how you do it.
Is that a serious question?
And she like slumps back, and she probably steals what looks like to be an expensive and or just like regular bottle of
Just like a pretty good looking
spirits
champagne
or
on the wall.
something.
Yeah.
She takes it and she's like, I'm taking this. And she is going to attempt to traverse to the other side of the tavern, potentially misty stepping, if that is the only safe way to get from where she is to the door.
I'll say if you want to avoid the swamp and the fighting, you're probably gonna have to misty step.
She
so
absolutely does.
You teleport to the other end of the tavern. As Griaz, you see Griaz reappear, and Griaz looking down. You seem to be visible again.
Where'd my pants go?
She is shaking her head. She will leave the tavern. She will go outside.
Did you say that the rage lasts 1 minute, or was it was all the effects lasting 1 minute, or was it just?
They all last for a minute. Shorter for the rage but you guys kind of instigated it further by getting into a bar fight immediately. So,
so I break invisibility and my rage at the same time. Fun.
Yeah, so Israel, as you're leaving the bar, Grias, you suddenly return to visibility, and Gaharis, as you're still brawling with the armored figure, and Ivron, as you're like holding up your glowing table leg, like ready to strike at these horrible miscreants who are ruining your friend's birthday. What kind of person would cause a scene on their friend's birthday? And you all suddenly feel this wave of calm come over you, and you start to feel kind of vaguely sick.
I think I'm like being lifted off the ground by the armored individual, just like thrown across the room.
Yeah, and he just chucks you into the muck. And as you kind of are laying there shocked and like your stomach hurting, he just holds up his hands. I win! And you see the satyrs and the serpentine half elf and fire genasi hold up their hands and cheer for him.
God.
Break up for round 2. He's just gonna pass around mugs. I call this the bramble pelt. Have fun. You enjoy. You too. Yep. All right.
All right. The Lucky Griffin is a war zone for the night.
Sure is.
Hey man, if we're raging, we can't cast spells. Am I right? Hell yeah.
I mean, yeah, you are actually not wrong. All right. Is there anything anyone would like to do before we cut to the next morning? Okay.
Israel will make sure they all get home, but she has stayed in the streets and was drinking calmly and advised anyone coming to the door, just don't go in.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it. Don't go in.
After a while, Ivron would join her and just be sobbing because he's drunk and sorry.
Yep, I think that's the same thing. Like we all like
she would
slowly...
definitely glare at him and withhold her bourbon for a while, but eventually she'd probably like forget why she was withholding it and like let him have some, and she just sits there outside the tavern.
Israel, I carried you earlier. Can you carry me?
And she thinks about it, and she casts her merry marionettes and gets them like as like 4 pallbearers to like haul this bugbear
All right.
down the street.
Ivron will sing on the way home. Very off key, but he's like, you wanted music, you gotta get music.
And to this off-key singing, she will sort of like dance, spin, skip home because she is very drunk at this point.
You are all gone.
This was the one time I could have used that wand of pyrotechnics. Can I get it from Basil before I leave?
You have advantage on sleight of hand checks. You can try.
I think I would just, Basil, can I use that wand real quick?
I don't know if I should trust a drunken Cambion with fireworks. Sure.
You are a gentleman and a scholar. And I'm gonna use all 20 charges as soon as I exit. As, like, the rest of the group is, like, starting to walk off, I just go pew, 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 like, down the line. So, like, there's just an array of fireworks over the city. And, like, for one brief moment, everything's lit up.
All right. Israel, you and your friends drunkenly make your way home. A horrifying corpse puppet carrying the drunken bugbear.
I can make this easier. I'm gonna wild shape into a toad.
All right.
But also because he has garnet on him, it is a frog with a scorpion on its back. I feel like I heard this somewhere. I'm sure it ends fine.
Israel is laughing, and she had cheered. She like threw her arms up with the big explosions. Woo!
And as Ivron sings, Geharis lights off fireworks. Israel, you cheer drunkenly as your puppet carries the toad and the scorpion. And Junior kind of scuttling along behind, leaving a bit of a trail of alcohol they filched along the way. And
Junior's still a shield. The frog is being carried like on a shield, like Paladin.
Yeah. I'll say at this point, Junior's just scuttling behind the group, kind of stumbling a little bit every so often, like.
I told you, boy, you're too young to be drinking. I'm proud of you.
And that.
I'm so proud of you. This is a crying frog at this point. The scorpion said it was in his nature to sting me, but hell, man, I'm proficient in nature.
And that is the last thing any of you remember from that night. The next morning, you all have pretty intense hangovers. Is there anything notable you'd like to do? You would know at this point that Utaka will be returning to the house tonight after getting the last of their shots.
Geharis definitely fell asleep after taking off their armor and weapons and throwing them in the living room and just like laying on top of the table in that entryway. I'm just draped, not even like tucked in, just draped over it.
Griaz, Garnet is gone. She's not in the house anymore. If you go looking for her.
I don't want to hit too hard. Fuck, shit, God. Little scorpion. No, it's fine. It can't go on forward. It has like no fucking movement speed. All right. Shit. I want to use find plants and animals.
All right. You cast your spell, and nothing. No sign of Garnet in particular, at least. There's, the animals you would expect to be.
Yeah, it's targeted specifically at scorpions because you get to pick what you're looking for. So I'm looking for how many fucking scorpions are there in this city? Is my question. Not many. All right. Okay, just deep breaths. He's trying not to cry. All right, it's fine. I need to find Israel now and potentially a new identity. Where is Israel at this point?
Israel did not make it much farther than Geharis, except she's not on the table. She would probably have draped herself over whatever couch they have, or she is just straight up lying on the rug, like in the living room, just flat out.
And I'll say as a point of order, how far did Ivron make it before passing out?
Ivron, you said Yao's on the front porch, right?
Yeah.
Ivron's cuddling with Yao naked. He's that type of drunk.
Israel had kicked off her boots and is holding the bottle that she had like a little baby, like that's her plush that she's curled up with on the rug.
His head is just pounding at this point. He's like, he had to sober up like way too quick. And he just kind of like stumbles down the stairs. Well, first of all, he looks over to Junior and he goes, "Shit. Hey buddy, did you didn't, did you?
Did you?
Did you?
Did you?
Did you? No, I did you eat garnet? Swear to God, boy, just be honest. Did you eat that scorpion? Yes or no?
Eat scorpion?
We'll take that as a no. I love you very much. We're going to have to go all around. He's just kind of like half falling down the stairs. Israel, Hey, you alive?
There's an indeterminate sound from the lump that is Israel. Because, like, the few knocks and bumps, like, sort of, like, jarred her awake, but now, like, her head's pounding. Because now she's so aware.
Get your go bag. Utaka's gonna kill each and every one of us. Come on.
What?
I lost the bug.
Why?
I don't know. I don't know where it went.
What one? She's, like, rolling around in pain on the carpet.
Listen, when the time comes, I want you to make my death quick, because God knows Utaka will not.
I'll just electrocute you. She's like struggling to get up. You watch her attempt to sit up. And then she flops. And then she tries again. And she sort of slumps to the side. And on the third, she gets like far enough that she's just like laying over her own legs and she's like clutching her head.
Griaz, you watch as the champagne bottle kind of rolls across the floor of the house.
Harris is like slumped over the table. He's just gonna pat. It was so lovely getting to know you. Farewell, sweet boy. And then he's gonna try to open the door, and I'm assuming just like hit Evron.
Yeah. Well, the door opens inward, so you just you pull open the door and just see Yao and a deeply unclothed Evron just lounging on them.
Oh. That's a black mont's ass right there. That's my America's ass reference. It's as close as I can get.
I'm so
putting the ass in Asimar, am I right?
Are you guys making a commotion?
Yes.
I think I have one.
Literally, this poor boy, Griaz is like bemoaning that he's going to die. He's saying goodbyes. I would think that if you're sensitive, especially if you're sort of in the half state of awake and you're starting to realize that you're in pain.
I think you jump awake and be like, "Oh, what time is it?"
Yao kind of like shuffles under you.
It's like full on 10 in the morning, so it's bright outside.
Oh,
Did we find Utaka?
He flips over and he sees Griaz just looking at him.
Do I still have a third eye?
No, the third eye has gone away by now.
Israel has very slowly gotten to a true sitting position. Her eyes are so closed, it looks like she doesn't have them open. But like the furrow of her brow like shows that she's clearly like awake and is upset. At probably generally everything.
All right,
so
y'all.
what is it?
Check your persons for a scorpion. This is actually one of the few times I'm going to say that with a different type of panic in my voice.
And she would
Yeltsin Garnet. Did I leave Garnet?
Instructed.
Did I leave Garnet at the bar? No. Did I? Shit.
No. I carried the toad and the scorpion. And we were in the street and there were fireworks.
On the bright side?
Do you need a bucket?
Nope. But on the bright side, if the bug is squished, then at least we got Utaka some fish for his birthday. I think.
What?
Yeah, did we?
She
did we
even
get the
says
aquarium?
like, she even says, "Get Harris, I love you, but shut up." And just shut up. And she would like.
Oh no!
She'd roll over and like try to push
Junior,
herself
don't lick it
upright.
up. I swear.
I was just about to say, Junior Gustus.
The fish is actually, I think, in the sink, which is full of water, because we didn't have time to buy an aquarium. So I hope you don't go to the sink to throw up.
No, not at all.
Garrus isn't getting up yet.
Yeah,
Okay.
there is no force on Earth that will get Garrus off this table right now. I
Israel
think
has now gone into like a roll to like the nearest wall to then help her like climb upright.
Evron, do you want to like cover your holy weapon before you smite somebody?
Ron slowly stands up, grabs his oak brown traveling cloak that he gave to Yao, and just wraps it around himself and starts as dignified as he can, going from room to room, getting his clothes. And he will cast lesser restoration on Gaheris to hopefully treat his alcohol poisoning, I'm assuming at this point.
Yeah,
Probably.
probably. Also, you mean that everyone's clothes weren't scattered all over the yard?
Yeah, I was gonna say, did you make it inside then go out, or did you?
Yeah, I think what he's
I would
implying
assume
is
he made it inside.
yeah, everyone made it inside, was disrobing as he went, but then went back outside to cuddle Yao.
That's fair.
And just didn't think about it.
Absolutely
Yeah.
fair. With that bolstered courage, I will stand up from the table. All right. Do we need any weapons, or should I just be walking? Wait. We're looking for Garnet, right?
I think we need all the weapons. This is the fight we've been preparing for. It's us versus Utaka.
We don't need weapons.
we should-
We need to find.
We should probably get lightning-resistant things, and maybe if we get
Israel is
the
walking
jump.
by all of these men, is walking to the door. She does not have shoes. She's just stumbling in the general direction of the door. Has not bothered with shoes. And will simply step over Yao very carefully, and she says, "Excuse me." And attempts to get over Yao without falling. And then like stops to steady herself. And is like, okay. And she's going to probably squint at the road to try and remember which direction things are. And then to look around like the porch for Garnet. And to see if Garnet has gone out into the garden or the yard as it exists. And since she has speak to animals pretty much up all the time, she's gonna go, Garnet, are you out here? Please, God. Please come out if you're out here. Garnet. And she's just wandering the yard.
As you survey the yard and the surrounding area, no response.
Maybe Nathan has seen Garnet.
I like how this is slowly turning it into a Hangover-esque movie.
Where is Garnet?
One of us has a face tattoo.
Yeah, one of us has to have a
What
bike
Garnets dream of when they take a little Garnet snooze.
You guys have drank a little bit more. I actually was seriously considering launching you into a full-on hangover thing. Like one of you was there's gonna be a monkey in the house, and
Garnet's on the roof.
Nathan, have you seen Garnet?
Nathan kind of just tilts their head at you and just kind of.
Nathan says that they have not seen Garnet.
Might I try something? He's gonna use his divine sense, because I think, if not previously, he noted that he was able to detect in that way. So it might cover up the whole house, I think, or the surrounding area.
So, Ivron, freshly reclothed, you extend your divine sense, your head pounding. Nothing. No blips you aren't expecting or are looking for.
All right. Where is Utaka? They're getting out today, right?
Is he?
I believe that is what they said. That they should be back in the morning, afternoon. What time is it? I look up at the sun.
It looks to be, you estimate, a little past noon.
Oh God, gods! And he like pulls his boot on and starts running out the door up to the GSIA office, because he has a lot of party planning to do and meetings to go to.
Are you still in just your cloak?
I'm assuming he's.
Yeah, we established earlier that he
But
reclothed.
he's pulling his shirt on and his boot on, and he's just trying to book it.
Nathan, maybe you should help.
Nathan kind of gives you and clops past you to kind of just keep pace with Ivron and steady them a little bit. So, Ivron's heading to the...
Israel will wander slowly after Ivron, calling out for Garnet. Barefoot, looking probably like she had her hair run over. But yeah, that's what she's gonna do. She's gonna be a crazy woman calling out for Garnet. And then when people ask as she's going up the street, she says, I'm looking for a scorpion that yay big. Have you seen it? It's red.
As soon as Israel leaves earshot, I turn to Griaz. Griaz, you know what we need to do. We need to get ready for a fight. I'm thinking traps. I'm thinking that we need to make this defensible.
I'm thinking we gotta run. Grab your go bag. We can have new identities. I can do that. I can get us somewhere new. Go get Israel. Let's get the hell out of it. We're wasting time. He's coming.
All right. I've got my things. Grabs a sword. Grabs a bag. Tuck everything in. Because I literally had not unpacked. Because I arrived in Valebright, and then the next day we went on this mission. I grab it. But do you really think that we will be able... I mean, Utaka can talk to, like, the water and the bugs and pretty much everything. No.
You're right, we're doomed.
Now is not the face of danger. What if we have a net? The net falls down on Utaka and we pin him. He can't cast spells.
That's too simple to see it coming. It needs to be more complicated than that. How many nets do I have? Let's see how many nets we can throw at it.
Come back with Utaka, who has Garnet on their head, to these two
Oh, we'll get there.
sitting like foot to foot in the living room, talking about nets.
Oh, by the time you get back here, we have set up.
Yeah, I was gonna say we'll get there.
This is Griaz and Gahara's Home Alone. Shark
Yeah, I
Bros.
was just about to make that joke in chat. This is just Goldshine Investigations Home Alone. Home Alone Fantasy
if it was
Edition.
Me, it'd be Gnome Alone.
Oh, yeah.
So,
All right,
all right,
so-
net on the bottom, net from above, 2 from the sides. We gotta figure out how one's gonna come in for just got 6 nets. That's all sides of Utaka.
I have a whetstone. If we put it on a rope, I have rope. It swings, smacks him on the side of the head, and knocks him out.
Does it have to be wet?
No, it's a rock.
Oh, with a whetstone. Right. All right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I have
a lamp.
I just. Junior can pretend to be a rug.
That is good. That is good. What else do I have? What is there lying? Oh, we have nails. We have nails lying around the house.
Lots of nails. I got a bag of holding. Just toss them in the bag of holding.
I'm scooping them in. Just hand over fist.
Oh, I was talking about putting Utaka in the bag of holding. But yeah, we could also pierce the bag of holding and create an extra dimensional portal. And just, I mean, fuck it all, man. We're going down one way or another.
Is that what they do?
No, well,
I've actually never tried. I'm too scared.
yeah, same. I've heard. One way to find out.
How much stuff is in there currently?
Are you talking about the bag of holding or the barrels of drink I still got? Because we could make more bramble pellets and have a fun time with this.
What if we doused Utaka when they came in?
And well, no, because then we would have a wild magic raging Utaka.
But if they're raging, they cannot cast spells.
Valid, but
wait.
they're better at sleight of hand, and they all got that rogue shit, and they can just take our stuff with us still holding it.
I dig into my pouch. Do I still have the squirt gun?
I believe you never got rid of it. You
I
still
did
have
not
the
get
squirt.
rid of it. I
You still
pull out like double squirt guns, like Super Soaker-esque.
Yeah, you have one of those like pump action super soakers.
I
Yeah.
hand one to Griaz and I take one.
Put this shotgun away.
Let's fill these up.
Do it.
So what traps are you guys gonna engineer while everyone's away from home?
Also, I have the
Oh,
ducket
nothing
set.
that actually works, Matt. Nothing that works.
Yeah, I also
Okay,
have the ducket so that it will, it's walking and
Alert
yeah,
you.
when Utaka gets close.
Okay, noted.
I could see them like behind the couch with
Yeah,
pots on
like-
their heads, with their squirt guns in hands, being like, "This is our finest hour. Let's go. Let us die as men."
Oh, I'm crying.
It is.
And whoever
My
lost that
greatest
door
honor.
is so screwed.
Okay, so just so I know, you guys have the super soakers loaded up with your horrible bramble pelt cocktail.
Yep.
Junior is disguised as a rug, and nails in the bag of holding, and nets rigged to go off when the doors open, and then a whetstone to swing into Utaka's head.
Yeah,
Again,
it's on a rope,
rigged.
so it's like...
No. I'm putting rigged in big air quotes. Okay, noted. I'll tell you what, for funsies, either one of you make me a general intelligence check at disadvantage.
I don't think it should be me. You're the one that's killing traps, not me.
That's it's honestly fair. Regardless, it's going to be at disadvantage. So hey. Oh, that's a 9.
Okay, got it. Noted. Okay. Oh, I'm crying. Oh my god. Ivron. No idea what is going down at home. Israel stumbling along, calling out for Garnet and getting no answer, keeping pace behind you. You start hurriedly, still hungover, making your way towards HQ. You head up to the upper tier, take the round alleyway door, and start. Israel, are you going to accompany him inside the HQ, or are you going to continue searching Veilbright for Garnet?
I'm sorry. So she's basically following the path to HQ, just slower, and occasionally, asking people, have they seen a red scorpion come by here?
Yeah.
And she's figuring, where would Garnet go? And she's figuring because it's Utaka's pet that's going to try and find Utaka. And it is smart enough to, interact, so it probably knows that Utaka is most likely to be at the place where they last left Utaka. So she's figuring maybe it went back to the GSA headquarters to, I don't know, be sad on a table somewhere. I don't know. She doesn't know what scorpions do. She's just like, that's a pet thing. That's what pets do.
All right, valid. Keeping your pace behind Ivron. You do not hear any scorpionic answers to your calls, and none of the people seem to know. They do not know what red scorpion you are looking for, and seem more confused by the question. And you see them kind of looking you over, kind of confusedly. So you're just taking the path to it, but you're not going to go inside, just so I know, whether it's going to be run by himself for this or not.
She'd probably make her way inside, but she's definitely trailing Ivron by a good 5 minutes.
Okay.
Because he was running and she was not.
Yeah, okay. Ivron, as Israel stops to occasionally ask questions of people, even with your stumbling progress, occasionally having to lean on Naden for support, you manage to get to headquarters several minutes ahead of Israel behind you, and start making your way up to the upper office, where on heading inside, you find Mistra sitting at Lord Yoran's table, much too big for her, but kind of perched up to sort through files, and Melvin sorting through the various books in the Hell Knight Lord's personal library. They both look to you when you come in, Melvin giving you a bow of the head, and Mistra gives you a smile and a wave and kind of immediately looks you up and down and just Did you run all the way here?
Oh yeah, yeah. Everyone's sweating and he looks awful. Bags under his eyes. He hasn't bathed or shaved this entire time, so like pretty discombobulated. But he would respond, "How could you tell?" As he's like trying to fix his tunic.
She kind of looks you over with raised eyebrows. Woman's intuition.
He'll go over to like a bowl and try to like wash his face and straighten up. Not so well.
Mistra smiles and hops up onto the desk to lean back on her hands and watch you, and just busy night, I assume.
Yes. I apologize for being late. I didn't mean to sleep in this long. It was Israel's birthday. So you could understand.
I suppose I can. I mean, you and your brother were kind enough to hand in the report, and the people of the city seem pretty excited about the festival you suggested, so I can't complain too much about you showing up late. I can complain about the... And she just kind of looks you up and down a third time. Everything else about it, but I'll be gentle.
Be greatly appreciated. And he gives her a bow and, moves over to be closer to Mistra and Melvin.
Are you in a proper state to be discussing business right now?
Yes, quite. Believe me, I've been through a lot worse than this, especially in the last. Well, for you it would have been moments, but for us, I actually don't know how long in game it was for us a nightmare, but he would refer to that.
It was several days.
Yeah.
And
I guess.
Mistra gives you a nod and tip of the hat. I can excuse that. It's not illegal to have a night of carousing fun. And she taps the files she was sorting through. I'd rather discuss most of this with your full team present, but Dr. Tails says that Utaka is taking to the vaccinations well, and they should be fit for release tonight. I'm sure they'll be looking forward to sleeping at will in their own bed, rather than being knocked out when they complain too much.
Yes, that's it. Understandable. Is Utaka able to take visitors?
It'd be something against the doctor's better judgment, but as far as we know, it's not contagious in the traditional way. So, as far as Tails can tell, the Astral Wolves have fled since your battle in Nightmare. So, I suppose I'll just have to send in word ahead. Is there anything you need in the meanwhile, Livron?
You give Mistra this awkward glance and just be like, well, if it was not too much trouble, I would like to talk to you at some point, but if you're busy, of course, I understand. He looks to Melvin and he's like, what's up, bro?
Mistra kind of smirks and raises an eyebrow, and as you say hi to Melvin, who immediately gives you a kind of nervous nod and smile and hello. But Mistra kind of gestures to him and get out of here for a bit, Melvin. The grown-ups have some talking to do. And Melvin kind of like looks a little bit indignant for a moment, but gathers a few of the books and heads back down the hall where you had entered from. And Mistra kicks back, not really having a proper thing to lean her back up against, but crosses her legs and gives you a smile and just, I'll admit, I was curious how long you were going to let it fester in the air, but let's talk.
Yes, yeah. You could be nicer to him, you know. He was quite brave in Nightmare, but yeah. And he like pulls up, I guess, a seat close to her, and he's like, "How are you doing?"
I'm doing all right. Things have been busy, and I'll admit the festival will be a good chance to take my mind off of things. You saw what the state of the region was like even before the plague set in, so uh, a part of me is worried about what's coming next, but you were right. It's for the best that we have some time to recuperate, rest a little bit.
People need a break, as well as you, and we've all done a fair share. But
Well,
I mean, how are you doing?
She kind of tilts her head a little bit and smiles, and there's a moment of silence as she kind of contemplates what to say before. I'm doing fine. I'm not angry with you, if that's what you're suggesting. Uh, I'm a smart enough woman to intuit a situation properly. I don't intend to be reactionary about this, although I do suppose it poses a fair question of where you intend to go from here.
Where I intend to go. Excuse me. I am, and he begins to stammer and stumble. But he would stand up at this point and say, first and foremost, I would like to apologize for my unwitting part in the abrupt display of affection of Utaka. I had not. There was no.
She holds up a hand. Relax. Like I said, I'm not angry with you. Truthfully, I'm not even angry with them. You know how I like to have my fun.
Indeed. But despite that, I will have words with him, of course, but the party and my comrades, we've been through a lot, and I had something that they didn't going through Nightmare. You, before we had left, said that you loved me. To be honest, I think that's the first time I had ever heard that coming from a partner within such an intimate relationship.
She smiles a little bit, but kind of pulls her hat down over her face to cover her face for a moment, kind of like shifting a bit in place before sliding it back to the back of her head. Honestly, I wasn't sure if you had heard that. I know you've been through a lot. That's part of the reason I'm giving you all your time. Don't let anyone tell you that you should have been there sooner. As much as I'm sure you would like to be, none of us can be everywhere at once. I'm only in this office because Lord Euron had business elsewhere. He's on his way back, but that leaves me as head detective for a while, and it sucks. I have never been interested in having this high up of a leadership position, just high enough to have underlings that I can bully.
This disconcerted look when you say bully, but I would assume he knows that she's jesting. Nevertheless, you showed me your true colors. I could see in your eyes that you meant it. I guess I apologize for not responding as quickly.
She kind of fidgets, and you can see her fingers kind of rolling and wrapping one of the chains of her daggers around her palm. And I will say, in the time that you've known her and gotten to know her better personally, one thing you've noticed is that she's not an open person. And you can tell from her eyes kind of like glancing side to side and her hands fidgeting that she, as much as she had given you a hard time for seemingly delaying this conversation, she seems just as eager to delay it herself, and is very fidgety and awkward, far more so than you've ever seen her in the presence of the rest of your team. And after a moment of consideration, she gives you a nod. It's all right. This is all somewhat unusual for me as well. Honestly, I'm not really sure what to do with myself in a relationship like this. You know that I've never done this sort of thing before.
And neither have I. But again, you have shown me a lot, and more about myself than I perhaps would care to admit. Going through Nightmare, it wasn't that. And I have realized something. I don't know about me. I know that I was put here for a purpose, and I've made peace with that, but I'm hoping to find answers, and those answers might take me far from here, and far from you.
You know, anywhere you'd want to go, I'd come with you.
This is true. But aren't you needed here?
I didn't say I wasn't. I just said wherever you'd go, I'd follow. I may not be an expert in the matter, but that's one thing I've heard from those who had this before we did. That's how it works. The give and the take, as they say. And for what it's worth, you're someone important to me as well. I'm in a position of leadership I don't particularly want. Working a job I'm relatively ambivalent to. Commanding underlings that half of them can't stand me. But no matter what happens, there's always you. And she kind of rolls her head a little bit in thought. You've made me better at this sort of thing, and that's something even my boss never was able to quite get the hang of.
I think Ivron just kind of bows his head. We'll lift her hand and kiss it.
She returns the bow with her posture indicates a degree of sarcasm, and she will kiss your hand in turn, and giving you a grin with her eyes glowing. She smiles at you, and if you're not careful, people might think you're courting me, Mr. Blackmont.
At this point, he begins to blush. But will then again stand at attention and smile. I hope that whatever incident has been is now behind.
She gives you a smile. As I said, I'm a smart woman. You don't become a detective without some ability to intuit things. You're not in trouble, if that's what you're asking. And you saved the city, for what that's worth. It'll take some time for things to recover and get completely back to normal. But you and your friends have put us on the path to be able to. And I sincerely do think that you all have the capacity to do the same for the entire region if you're given the chance. And you see that slight sinister grin take over her face, the one you've seen on her many times as her mind turns to darker places that amuse her. And who knows what interesting things will happen along the way.
Ron will remain stoic, but I can tell you deep down he's a little put by that sinister look. I will say nothing. And if Melvin's just standing out there, he would wave Melvin back in.
I'll say at this point, Israel, you have caught up and you see Melvin in the hall who gives you a wave. Hello, Israel. As you approach and kind of double takes a little bit and looks you over as he hadn't initially noticed it on Evron, but definitely notices it on you with being barefoot and kind of stumbling and looking around.
Have you seen Garnet?
God, you mean
The small scorpion, that yay big, dark red, hangs out on Utaka's head.
No, but I imagine as a familiar, they're likely with Utaka.
Oh, that's right. Oh my god. She's gonna like set her arm against like the thing and be like, my god. Okay. Well. Garnet's fine then. That's good. Nobody's going to die. Thank you.
What?
And she pats Melvin on the shoulder and
excuse me,
and just go into the
Israel. And Ivron, as you turn back around from waving in, Ivron, you see Mistra kind of like raising an eyebrow and glancing over your shoulder and giving a wide smile before beckoning you to come closer to her.
Sure.
And then she says to Ivron, nobody's dying. Garnet's fine. It's fine. And she would like find a place to sit down and like shake out her dress and just like sort of sprawl in a chair.
Yeah. And Israel, as you walk in and say this and sprawl down, you hadn't like fully taken in, if you just registered Ivron's general shape and sat down. Ivron, as soon as you start hearing Israel enter and talk, Mistra pulls you in and kisses you deeply.
Ron's probably a little less awkward about this kiss, but still, it's somewhat probably awkward to look at.
And she knows that. She knows that.
Yes, he's very timid, but upon release.
She looks around for bourbon. Is there bourbon in this office?
Make a perception check. I'll make it a flat roll. Normally it'd be at disadvantage, but I'll say you're looking for alcohol, so
Cool.
your eyes are like an eagle's.
Astonishingly, that is a what's my modifier on that? Okay, cool. That's a 21.
Okay. Looking around, you do not see any alcohol in the office. And Ivron, as soon as
is there a water pitcher?
You do see the bowl of water that Ivron had been using as an improvised face sink.
So just a bowl? Is there a pitcher beside it with more water? Like what's
yeah, you do see a pitcher to the side and a just large
okay,
bowl.
she just takes the pitcher and she's gonna drink from that for a second and set that down.
And
I do have some good news, Israel.
And Israel, as you turn, you see Mistra lean against Ivron's chest as he's still standing relatively close to the desk and just going out of her way to lounge and look as
Israel deliberately like doesn't register any of that, mostly because she doesn't actually care all that much. She's like, they're happy, that's fine, whatever. Whatever.
We can see Utaka if we would like to visit him. He should be coming home.
Oh,
tonight.
cool. Good. We should probably see him.
Who is going to die?
No one. That's the good thing. You see,
well, not today at least, probably.
You see, Garnet's a familiar, so they can be recalled, which is probably what happened. So I'm betting if we go and visit Utaka, Garnet's gonna be with Utaka, which means it's fine, and Garnet was never lost, so everyone will live.
That's good. We should definitely let Griaz know. He seemed to be panicked.
Yeah, you can wait a bit, it's fine. And she's gonna be like, I'm gonna go visit Utaka and tell him about my birthday party.
We're gonna burn this bitch down if we don't win. We'll take everybody with us.
Today's the day we die.
Yeah,
Might as well make it a glorious death.
So yeah,
yeah, fucking like
Israel
Kenny or Regina, like every character makes a comeback for the final battle of Utaka not even being angry about something and just getting ambushed.
Harris, I need you to call him Nightmare. We need this. We need the power of a god on our
If
side. So
Utaka's
that
the first one to enter the house, like, let's be clear here. We're assuming Utaka's going to be at the front, which is probably not what's going to
Yes.
be happening. To clue you all in right now.
Yeah, no, and
What's the name? Those little goblins that sit in the trees. Those little archer goblins. They call them in. Some goblin snipers.
yeah, I'll say for funsies. Is there any additional traps you guys want to set up?
Junior, can you call your mom? Wait, shit. I need Lazy Susan. I need a gargantuan, mountain-sized table mimic. I think that's the only thing.
You don't, actually. All right. Okay. So, Ivron and Israel, the two of you wait as Mistra sends Melvin to inform Dr. Tails that you two would like to visit Utaka. And not too long after, before Mistra has actually returned, the two of you kind of jolt slightly as the cloaked wizard just appears behind the desk with his arms behind his back. I was told you're interested in visiting Utaka.
It would be greatly appreciated, Mr. Tails.
Of course. He holds out one of his arms, the stump at the end, still with the spectral mage hand at the tip, and waves it, and your visions like shift rapidly, almost like blinking, as you find yourself in a pitch black void. But there are less like shelved and more like just floating in like reliable, organized places, medical equipment, and you see a bit of a distance ahead of you on a relatively comfortable looking observation table is Utaka. Their shirt is off, and you see several bandages and like those large like surgical ones on their chest and arms. And Dr. Tails gives the two of you a nod. It took some time to be sure that the formula worked properly. And as we said, there wasn't much point distributing it for people to just get reinfected again, especially because every time I made it, it would increase my odds of getting infected. But for now, Utaka seems to have taken to it more or less fine. I've been staying in the demiplane for the most part, but 2 more teleportations couldn't hurt, I suppose. Just try not to get overly physical if you can avoid it. They had to get several shots over the last several hours. And with that, they give a bow of the head and allow the two of you to walk across the empty demiplane towards your cleric.
Is Utaka awake? Or just sitting there?
Yeah, Utaka is sitting up, covered in bandages, shirtless, but otherwise seems fine. Utaka, you're sore and you're tired, but you are awake.
Man, you sound like how I woke up.
Why didn't you tell me they were gonna be here?
I don't think they knew.
Oh, okay.
Frankly, I don't think we knew. Well, maybe him. And she
I'm
like
just
looks at me around like he knew he was going to be here after I was off.
getting a little fucking tired of things happening and not knowing. Like, you know, getting knocked out. And...
Okay, so she's gonna actually go and sit on the table with you. Not
what?
like touching you, but she's gonna like sit on the edge of the table and was like, okay. So
what happened to your hair?
So that's part of the story I'm about to tell. So just sit back, enjoy. So the thing is, when we got out of Nightmare and she launches into the story of last night, starting with the fact that she realized, so we got back and it's like winter now, you know, so that means my birthday happened. And I realized this as we were getting into the tavern. And so then everybody started making a big deal of it. I did get us all free drinks.
I missed your birthday?
We all did. She just shrugs.
Well,
there was fireworks. There was booze. We've covered most of the bases, but you're perfectly allowed to throw me a party if you want to. They're basically banned, and you'll understand why. And she continues with what happened. The descriptions of the ales that they decided to mix together and then drink. She also comments on who thought it was a good idea to serve these things at a festival, like you're gonna cause riots. Also, like, wild magic wine that seems super insensitive to you, especially. She like gestures to you, Utaka. And then there was this other one that made you lucky at cards. You might like that one. I think Gria still has some.
I mean, do I really need some?
She's like, you're right. You're right. Like, you're right. And Garnet's with you, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
She's like, here. Kind of like shifts and kind of reaches back and pulls her out of like his shirt where she had been just crawling around.
And she just goes and nods and is like, okay. It's good. It's good. So I stayed out in the street most of the night. Eventually Ivran came out there too. I carried Griaz back. Griaz was not able to walk. Right, you know the thing with the puppets? The puppets. They use the puppets.
Oh, they can like carry shit like that?
Mm-hmm. There's 4 of them. 1 for each limb.
I vaguely remember him turning into a toad.
Oh yeah. So eventually he just decided that he was gonna make it easier for me. And he turned into a toad. And Garnet was on top of him. And so we carried the toad and the scorpion down the street. And then there were fireworks, like so many fireworks. Just so many. I'm pretty sure it looked like it was daytime.
What were you doing during all this? And he gestures to Ivran, because I think he heard that Gaharis and Griaz were smashed and fighting.
Oh, no, he did too.
What?
I partook in what is known as the bramble pelt, and I regret nothing. Except for ruining.
Israel gives you a look like you should regret a lot of things, but she's not going to comment on that any further than she already has.
Except for ruining Lady Blackthorn's birthday, of course.
So you're telling me the one day I'm not with y'all, you have a fucking kegger in a bar fight?
Oh yes, it was quite the event. I don't think it should be happening again, though. I don't think I'll cut loose like that again. Would you?
And Israel looks apologetic to you, Taka. She didn't expect any of this to happen, but she does look sad on your behalf.
Wow. I don't know if
We
I've
have
been,
our
like,
own.
betrayed
Just leave
like
them
this
somewhere. Go somewhere else.
There is a festival coming up. By the time you're out of here, there'll be a party, a citywide party.
Yeah, fine.
He did say there would be more strange alcohol. Quincy did, so maybe not the same strange alcohol, but there's potential.
It sounds like there's like a danger here that y'all, or maybe not. I mean, you're fine. That maybe they learned like a lesson from this, and so that's gonna be real disappointing.
No.
Okay.
I think Griaz still has a mixture of his.
Griaz still has some, and we all know that
Okay.
Gaharis has not learned anything from this experience. Like, maybe
good.
Ivran has, as well he should, but we know that they didn't.
Okay.
He bows once again to Israel in apology.
So you're getting out of here tonight? Do you have like another set of shots to get?
It's simply observation to ensure that they suffer no symptoms and that the lycanthropy is fully purged from their system.
It's actually really fascinating. Like, if my entire body didn't hurt this much, I would be really excited. But would not recommend.
If Ron's gonna cast Cure Wounds, maybe to comfort
Ow.
Utaka.
Ow! Oh.
That wouldn't be bad.
I apologize, I was trying to help.
Let the doctors do it. And she'd like usher herself and everyone away. We'll leave you to that observation then. We wanted to let you know what was going on. We wanted to see you, see that you're okay. The house is still standing as of this morning. I suppose we'll see if that's still true. Can sendings reach here?
Yeah.
Cool.
You're leaving?
I mean, we can stay longer.
I mean,
Oh,
you
yeah.
could, if you wanna.
She considers for a moment. I'm concerned what they're doing to the house.
Why?
They were a bit panicked this morning.
Oh, okay. Well, why would something happen to the house, though?
I'm not sure. I just have a feeling. But you know what? It's fine. Whatever. We'll figure
I mean,
it out.
it feels
when we
like
go
if
back.
they're, like, panicking, they'd probably, like, run somewhere, right?
Well, not
No.
Gaharis. Gaharis would stand and fight, most likely.
Well,
but,
Griaz would run.
why anyone would want to fight or run is beside the point. What do they have to fear?
Light.
Yeah, I don't know.
Lightning.
Shocking, isn't it?
Yeah. Utaka, I've never been hurt like this before from people I trusted. Everyone at Gaharis, like, what a shocker.
But no.
God.
Just it hits you like a bolt of lightning.
It's rough. But yeah, so she would settle down to like spend some more time with Utaka. Just chatting.
All right. Yeah, we'll get there, Garrison.
Playing cat's cradle. Whatever.
All right. So, do any of you at your respective areas have anything you want to say or do before Utaka is released and allowed to return home?
I mean, while they're in there, given that she was asking him if sending would work, he's interested in inquiring why. Who you wanna send to?
What, now?
Yeah, why not? I'm not gonna turn into a werewolf, right?
I guess not.
We did all that shit so I wouldn't.
How far does sending go?
Anywhere.
She goes, huh?
You got someone back home?
Well, a lot. I've told you, right? I've got like
Yeah.
8 siblings. And she sort of considers.
What
But it
about
would
you,
be your
everyone?
voice they heard, right?
Yeah, it'd be me. But I can say whatever you want me to say. It's just gotta be like kind of short.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like an imprecise science, you know? Like, it's just like... Yeah.
Well then, send to Samuel Blackthorn. It's Israel, Dad. I love you. I'm still safe. expect more money soon.
I'm not gonna mess this up. Okay. But he, I think at the end of her message that she wants transferred will give a sort of concerned glance towards Ivron. Is this, like, just trying to gauge like, if this is something that he's heard before? Her needing to send money somewhere?
I think that they've discussed it before. I think you would even encourage her to send, because doesn't she normally visit her home during the winter, being that it's start of winter?
It's starting to be winter, so she's sending this sort of as a notice of like, I'm gonna be late.
Mm-hmm.
I
Right.
think he'd just be unfazed and he would seem knowing.
Okay. Okay.
I don't know if they know who she was sending the money to, but she did request having her paycheck in front of
your paycheck was originally cut in half to send half to your family, but Mishra pulled some strings so that your pay was essentially increased so that you would still be effectively paid the full amount with a fraction sent off to home. All right.
But yeah, so he will kind of crack his knuckles and cast Sending to Samuel Blackthorn.
All right. And I'll say, as you start readying to cast the spell, Dr. Tails immediately just kind of like takes up a position over at his medical station, just basically observing to see if anything unusual happens when you cast the spell. And I'm guessing you send Israel's message verbatim?
I think it would go a little more like, hey, so, this is Israel's friend. I'm Utaka, but she says, it's Israel, Dad. I love you. I'm still safe. Expect more money soon. Okay, that's the message. You can reply.
All right.
I don't know if that was 25. I wasn't counting.
Not even an address to send correspondence to. Just
Okay. All right. So, you cast your Sending, and there's a pause, relatively brief, before you hear a somewhat gruff, older man's voice, unfamiliar to you, respond. Must be more of that magic. Tell my little girl I love her, and that the family's doing well, and we hope to see her home by the holidays. Love, Paul. Is that it? Can you still hear me? And then that's where it cuts.
Eddie, the dang magic's coming through again. Man, I can't remember how you work. You press.
Beep, beep, beep,
hit
beep.
the red button. Hit the red button.
You gotta hit the red button, Samuel!
Dogs are barking in the background. God damn it. Better, you gotta take them outside.
You hear the kid in the living room playing like Galaga.
Oh my god.
I'm on the magic, dang it.
I'm on the match.
Your pa says that you should come home for the holidays and he loves you.
She nods, looking like that is expected, and also like she's going to be.
Does he not
disappointed
like
that she's,
magic?
Have a problem? No, Mom was a bard.
Oh. Because he's like, oh, it's the magic.
Well, he's
I
not
love that
magic.
sentence so
Oh.
much. I have a problem with magic?
It's like-
No, Mom was a bard.
Alright. Cool.
But he's just not magic.
And he called you his little one. You're not little, you're like taller than me.
And she's like, yeah, but then he's much taller.
Oh. Yeah, okay.
We're all little to him.
Cool. Seems kind of, I don't know, nice.
He's my
All
dad.
right.
What about you, Ivron? You got any messages you need sent? Someone back home?
None that need sending, but I appreciate the thought.
Aren't you always, like, writing letters?
Indeed.
Okay.
I have letters.
They're slow.
I have to check the letters at some point.
This is like wham bam fast.
Yes, I understand, but there's not a single person there that I would send a sending to at this moment
Oh,
that I
okay.
haven't already sent a correspondence to which they know how to reply more than just a few sentences. But again, I appreciate your consideration.
Okay.
All right. And as one last note before we move forward, Utaka, since you had demonstrated an interest in the cure itself, like on a chemical level, you would know that the cure for wild mage lycanthropy, the one that he most recently used, that he seems the most confident is working, as the side effects have rapidly begun to decline, is a mixture of wolfsbane, holy water, and a specially developed anti-magic chemical. They tried several different kinds of injections, most of which didn't take until they tried his original suggestion, the riskiest, but the one that would make it the most effective, of a direct injection into the wrist, which is the most recent one you received that, again, seems to have worked the best. If there's nothing else, Geharis and Griaz, how long are you willing to wait? Are you gonna just be ready to open fire into the night?
Said he was supposed to be back in like the afternoon. When it starts getting to be night, we just think that I think Griaz thinks that Utaka's just biding his time. He's outside. He's been outside. He knows what we've been doing. We should have covered up the windows.
I think Harris is just treating this as like a fun joke.
Yeah, like the panic's worn off, so now it's
yeah.
just like we're already committed, sure.
Yeah, this is really Geharis working Griaz up to fuck with Griaz. He's like, do you think that we should,
And also
exactly, like it's a win-win for Geharis. Do you think that we should board up some windows? The ducket hasn't gone off, so we know that Utaka isn't outside.
Yeah, okay, yeah. We've established that Griaz has like absurdly high perception because he's paranoid as fuck. Yeah, he already doesn't blink enough.
All right. Very late into the afternoon, as the sun is beginning to set, the doctor gives you one final examination, Utaka.
I have one less trap.
Oh, go for it.
Because it's a new dawn, the wand of pyrotechnics is facing the doorway.
Okay. Well, bear in mind, it's not dawn yet, it's sunset, but
right.
like,
Well,
as
I
in
mean,
the
I
previous
used it
dawn,
last
yeah.
night, so...
Yeah, just as a point of clarification. So yeah, Utaka, you're, again, tired and sore and a bit on the sweaty side. That's like the one kind of, but the doctor attributes that more to the injection itself than your lycanthropy. So you're sweaty, you're tired, you're sore, but he gives you one final examination and with a bow. All right. Try to stay in the city limits for the next 24 hours, just in case there's any unforeseen side effects. But you are free to return home, and I do sincerely hope that you enjoy the festival.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, I mean, for like that shit, not like for telling me to enjoy the festival. I mean, like that's nice and all, but I actually mean the other stuff.
He holds up a spectral hand. It's appreciated. I'm just glad that we were able to put this whole mess behind us. I and the people of Veilbright are grateful to the three of you and your friends. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have several thousand more of this to brew, so if you'll excuse me. And with a flash, you're all back in the central office with the doctor nowhere to be seen.
I could help. Oh, okay. Guess not.
I think it best that you just rest, Utaka.
Well, like I can't make holy water even if I'm tired.
I'm not saying that. You've done quite a bit.
He needs thousands. He's gonna need more holy water.
And he's got plenty of clerics either in the city and in the GSIA who can help too. We have to help Griaz, remember?
Yeah.
Not to mention, help yourself. It's time you rested in your own bed.
Nods.
I don't remember what that feels like.
And Israel's like, same, bro. And like, pats you on the back. She just has like eyes that are like, yeah, know that feeling. Let's go.
All right. With a sore, sweaty, and be pricked Utaka in tow, the two of you begin working your way, much calmer this time and more stable, back down the streets from the top to the middle to the bottom district. And Utaka, you find yourself glad to be home. Geharis and Griaz, as you're inside, Geharis starting to sober up but still enjoying it, and Griaz still a little on edge. Wah, wah, wah. The duck begins to go off in the bucket.
I grab the ducket and take cover behind the couch with my super soaker full of bramble pelt brew.
Griaz, what are you doing?
It's the day of days. I'll write stories about this.
I will...
Pats the pot on his head.
Yeah! God, I'm trying to think.
Sergeant Junior, are you ready?
So, I do have darkness prepared.
Papa didn't raise no dummy. Let's do this.
All right. With Junior in the form of a rug, your net's rigged up, the rock ready to go, Geharis rigging up darkness with your super soaker full of bramble pelt cocktail, Griaz with the pot on your head and your own super soaker and the bag of holding full of nails. Ivran, Israel, and Utaka, as you approach the house, you do hear a very muffled wah, 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 before it abruptly cuts off.
That was the duck, wasn't it?
Was it? Doesn't it go off like right next to someone, like to startle them? Are they doing that to each other in there?
Well, perhaps they were using it for Garnet. I mean, they were looking for him.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Is
you kids
Utaka,
doing it
like,
there?
Limping?
Playing with the ducket.
Mr. Ducket. Duckets are fun, Mr. Ducket.
Anyway, like Israel is actually going to be the first person walking up to the door to open the door for the others to go in.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, is Utaka like, limping and disheveled, or?
And most of their shots were from the waist up, so I wouldn't say they're quite limping, but they are sore and pretty tired.
Well,
yeah,
Ivran
kind
would
of
offer-
grimacing and moving a little slow, like as their like torso shifts while they walk. Like that's uncomfortable,
All
but
right.
not
Yeah.
limping.
Continues to sleep in front of the door. Who's going to be the first to enter?
I think Ivran, out of his chivalry, will open the door for Israel and Utaka.
All right, Israel, you did say you were going to do the same first.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll say you get priority if you want to.
As I like open the door, probably everyone comes to like hold it and is like, "No, you go on ahead." And Israel's like, "Oh, that's fine." And we're gonna go in. She's
Gaharis.
not expecting anything.
Gaharis and Griaz, the door swings open. It's now or never.
Do we see who the individual walking in is? Because I think that
Didn't you
that
cast
is something
darkness?
we would be taking into account.
Didn't you cast
What
darkness?
time of day is it?
No, he's
it night?
preparing darkness.
Preparing.
And one more time, Griaz.
What time of day is it? Is it
Sunset.
Is it night?
It's sunset.
Okay.
She might be backlit, but you can tell that there's a silhouette
Yeah.
where there's a
Just,
skirt hitting the floor.
it's your talking address.
What?
Griaz, what do you do?
Do we see that it is Israel?
You heard that she said what?
I will say if you're willing to hold your fire, yes, you see that it is Israel and Ivron holding the door open, but you do see Utaka approaching the porch with a very pained looking grimace. And Griaz, the first thought that runs through your head is just, they're angry, they're angry, they're angry, they're grimacing.
Change sides.
Harris at this point has realized maybe I took it a little overboard. And like eyes the whetstone and all of the myriad of traps.
Yeah, Israel is like, I think taking this in, does she
Feel like-
realizes what is this?
So
It's
does
all
anything
slow
go
motion.
off?
Well, nobody's walked in
Yeah,
yet.
I think the minute you cross the threshold
Yeah,
is like the
that's what I was
thing.
assuming.
So the door is opened. If Israel looks like she's about to step in, or Ivron looks like they're about to step in, I will cast Hold Person on them.
Israel had said what and is looking confused as she sees some of the other more obvious traps.
Yeah, I
and
will say,
would have
no,
stepped-
the traps are very poorly set up. You see a net on the ground in front of the door, two rigged up on the side, straining and creaking as like wooden poles hold them in place, one on the ceiling with what looks to be a whetstone held by a rope. And you see Griaz with a pot on his head holding one of the super soakers from Nightmare, just trembling and twitching as their eyes are on Utaka.
What is
So,
this?
because the door opens inward, does Ivron have to step inward to hold it open?
You can just push it open from the
Okay,
porch,
that wouldn't
porchway.
be annoying. All right. Has anyone crossed the threshold yet?
Not yet.
I think Israel's now looking at the nets and trying to figure out a way to like step beyond them.
I'm trying to figure out how much of this Utaka would notice or like process.
Well, you're noticing that there's a holdup at the door at the very least. And
Yeah,
yeah, you
Israel is
just-
sounding really confused. And she's going, "What is this? Why are there? How did you even?"
Okay, so let's
I will call
can
out
I? Oh.
if you're saying that out loud. There were assassins, and we were preparing to keep the homestead safe to prevent them from attacking. And I'm gonna use
Can
my.
you stop blocking the door? Can I push
No,
her?
No,
Oh.
you're gonna trip. There's like nets and.
Can okay,
a
but when I
rock.
say that, can I push her 5 feet
You can try. 5 feet in which direction?
into the house so she won't block the door anymore?
Yeah, she's gonna stumble in and over the nets, potentially.
Yeah. Lydia Skyrim sort of thing.
I'm gonna say, again, I'll tell you what, Israel, because you're already leaning in and like Yao's in your way and the door's blocked.
Oh yeah,
and,
she
like,
is absolutely going like.
The shove is an
First.
attack action.
No, yeah, no, I was gonna
Okay.
say, Utaka, I will give you advantage on that because of the things. That's what I was trying to get to.
Okay.
Isn't Misty Step a reaction? Could she
Technically,
Misty
yes,
Step
but-
past all the traps?
Oh, that's true. Israel's already used it.
Oh. I thought you used it last night.
That's right, but did we get a restful sleep? I don't.
Technically, we passed
I
out. which
would
counts
say, yeah.
I would say you got a long rest technically, but at
We
that point it
slept-
doesn't matter. Do you even
We
think
slept till
to?
noon, apparently, so
as... Yeah.
it's like half
Yeah,
the
she
day.
doesn't think to do it because she also thinks that these traps are not even going to go off even if she did.
Okay, so that is a 12 plus 3 for 15.
I
That
believe
does
meets
hit.
it. Yeah.
Yep, that meets it. You beat it. Israel, you kind of
Uh-oh.
stumble as Utaka pushes you. And Utaka, you and everyone watch in confusion as a very rapid series of events unfolds. Gaharis, Gaharis and Griaz, what are the two of you doing? Israel's going into the trap, and you do not have time to stop them.
Do we see the action that caused
Yeah, you do see Utaka like
I-
now in the
I'll
door.
say I don't think it was like a violent
No,
shove.
no,
He's
Oh
not,
yeah,
like-
yeah,
it was
just like
just
get
like
out of the way.
yeah. It's just like
Well, that just dictates on whether Gaheris is going to
wanna
spare
go in my
Utaka or not, which is the wand goes off and shoots all 7 fireworks directly through the door, which
okay.
Israel
Alright.
is going flat. Utaka's standing right here.
Okay.
They're just going. They don't cause damage. They
Great,
just
great
go
ass-
up to
Okay, so I have a question. Am I wearing my armor?
No, you're reclothed, but you do not have your armor on.
Okay,
But
so
that's
it is lightweight technically, so it might not. I don't know.
but remember,
I could say I'm carrying it if
yeah, that's fair.
if Ron
Okay.
would help you.
So I don't have my AC on.
yeah, and
But
Griaz,
also,
what
it doesn't do damage.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Yeah, it doesn't do damage,
It's
so-
just a bright
Uh,
light. Like,
Griaz, what are you doing? You see Utaka in the doorway as Israel falls over.
Israel's falling into the opening jaws of a rug.
no.
Oh my god, that's terrifying.
He's just he has time to say one thing: Junior, no shot. And just going
All
to
right.
let those jaws just seal right back up.
All right. So you all see a very rapid series of events play out. Israel, you fall, and the edges of the net just kind of and just limply fall on top of you. It doesn't cover you, it's just the edges of it kind of wrap around your shoulders and you kind of easily brush them off. The 2 spring-loaded ones go completely over your head and collide with each other and fall on top of you. And then finally, the 4th net on the ceiling just gently lifts and falls on top of you as well. None of them entangle you. You're just in like a little nest of nets now. And Utaka, you kind of startle a little bit as a whetstone very lazily just drifts, just kind of lightly waves into view and dangles in the doorway. And finally,
Can I even see?
and finally you see the rug grow teeth and start hopping towards Israel before just kind of gently gnawing on their head, not hurting you, just kind of like adhesiving to your scalp very lightly.
And then we're blinded.
And then the fireworks. It is
Yeah, and then
7
finally-
close-range fireworks.
All of you immediately are deafened and blinded as fireworks go off on the porch of the house. The last thing you can hear is Yao giving a yowl and running off across the street. And Junior like rolls around and basically boiling as bright lights and flashes and booms go off. And that's where we're gonna take a break.
Oh gosh. Oh boy. All right.
Brilliant.
We'll see you all in like 5 minutes. Get some food, get some water.
Trill's gonna kick your ass.
And we are back. Look at that. They said it couldn't be done, but we are here. I hope you all had a wonderful break and got some water. That's all I have.
Oh, also, before the break, like away time before the break, I don't know if we noticed or acknowledged, but Mitch, beautiful Mitch, gave us all a crit. So everybody mark down your crit if you didn't already.
I know, and
yeah.
Mitch popped in, gave us a crit, and left.
Exactly. It was very sad, but I wanted to know.
Wanted them acknowledged.
Wanted everyone to know,
Absolutely.
and I wanted to make sure that it was recorded so that he can see it later, that we love him and we appreciate the crit.
Classic clit and run.
And with that, that was good. You are. Let me switch this over to some much more appropriate music, I think.
Explosions.
You all, with the exception of Israel, you are all blinded. Including Israel, you are all deafened. As Geharis literally sets off 7 fireworks in all of your faces on the porch of a house or in a house, depending on where you were standing. You are all in agony and seeing just stars and spots. And Israel, like, your headache was going down, and then that happened, and it just came right back. Utaka, you were considering reflexively spellcasting?
It depends on if you're going to let me do this rule of cool, because technically the spell says that I need to see them.
What exactly are you going to try and do?
I would like to reflexively, like, as this is happening in relatively slow motion, kind of shout out, like, the fuck, stop! And, like, cast command at level 3.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
So who are you commanding? Is it just everyone, or?
I mean, I don't really need to stop Israel or Ivron, so I would like to target Geharis Jr. and Grias.
For command?
Yeah, command.
I think command is one creature, right?
Yeah, it's to a creature.
And not at level 3.
Oh, yeah, that is true.
right,
You can
right.
affect
Yeah,
an additional
yeah.
creature, so, yep, all right.
How far away are these people from Ivron?
Geharis and Griaz and them?
Yeah.
They're just in the threshold of the house, so as you're kind of like your vision is still very spotty and flashing, and like you're getting those kind of after images whenever you look at stuff, and your ears are ringing. You can see Geharis like kind of in the doorway to the dining room, Griaz like with the pot on his head and the super soaker in the hallway. So they're both about like 15 feet in front of you.
All right, what's my save? Wisdom, charisma, what?
That's a wisdom.
All right.
I can't force them to roll at disadvantage with lucky, can I?
I
don't
let me
think
check.
so.
Lucky only affects your rolls, I believe.
Or if I'm being hit.
Which you're
Okay.
not being hit by anything.
Yeah.
Yep. So yeah, unfortunately no. So yep, that is a wisdom save. And Griaz, can you roll for Junior as well? I will apply the modifier. Just tell me what they rolled.
Griaz will have a +4 from my aura, and so will Junior.
If Junior
If we're close
is
enough.
within 10 feet
Yeah.
of Ivron, he'll have an additional +5.
All right. So Junior has
Junior
+9 to this.
Oh gosh.
Well, he didn't need that.
Yeah.
Okay. So Junior has a +1 to wisdom anyway, so that was a 19. So then a +9, you said?
He's
Yep.
fine. Junior's fine, but he was also like stopping anyway because he was freaking out from the explosion.
Yeah, Junior got a 28. Griaz got a 6.
I got a 24.
All right. So
Well, Grias.
yeah. So yeah. Geharis, you're fine. You can barely hear it anyway. Junior is already just roiling on the floor from the bright lights and loud noises, just like. But Griaz, you just freeze in place, unable to move.
Ivron is on the ground, screaming, holding his eyes.
Harris is laughing hysterically.
This is how it ends.
Israel gonna try and like army crawl out from under the net.
You just and you feel your hand touch Junior and like stick to him as you're just like army crawling. The nets aren't restraining you; they're just on you. But
they're just on top of me, so she's just gonna crawl forward as well. She can't hear, she can see, but she can't hear.
Yeah, and you just
casually like go around Junior as like Junior freaks the hell out, and she still has this sort of like in and out hearing.
Yeah, and you just see Griaz like frozen in place and looking terrified, and Gaharis silently to you as you hear the ringing in your ears, just cackling.
I am going to be stealthy. I am sneaking up on that laughing motherfucker.
Maybe it's
Just
stealth roll.
Fortune teller said.
I am going to Misty Step on top of him and literally just land on top of him as I shake him. What were you thinking, you absolute moron? He can't hear me. He's probably still laughing, but I am like shaking him such that his head should hit the floor as I am sitting on top of him.
I am laughing hysterically, wide grin. Tears running down my face.
Harris is crying, and just on you. It takes you no effort to just force him to the ground as you're just scolding him.
Yeah, I am.
And even she starts laughing because she can't resist. Like he's laughing, and then eventually she's just like on top of him, and they're both laughing. She still can't hear, but she's now lying on top of him and just. Oh my God.
Utaka, is there anything you'd like to do before Griaz gets their range of movement back?
My
cheeks hurt.
I guess, kind of. I don't know. I feel like he's like slamming his hands against the door frame, trying to like figure out where he is.
Great.
And probably he's like because he can't see. He's I think developed like a sort of like reflexive like his eyes start rolling into the back of his head as he tries to see through Garnet's eyes instead through her blind sense.
Yeah, which gives you only 10 feet, so you just see you just through Garnet as you're like slamming against the door, just Ivron like crouched over, screaming silently from your perspective, and Junior roiling on the ground, and everything else beyond that you're blind to.
I would like to fall to my knees and try and heal Ivron.
All right, I'll say as you start putting your hands on Ivron, Griaz's movement comes back to you, and one by one, you're all still seeing spots and after images, but your vision does start to return, and the ringing in your ears does begin to die down to at least allow you to hear each other, although you kind of have to yell and repeat yourself occasionally.
If I don't move, he can sense movement.
Israel's like snickering and she just like smacks Garrett's face. It's not hard, but she is just like repeatedly patting his face and she's just like muttering. I'm like, what the fuck were you?
I'll push like 1 or 2 cure wounds into Ivron. Because that's why he's on the ground screaming, right?
Yeah, it's just the fact that a firework went off in his face.
Yeah, he's blinded. He can't see. He's
yeah, but like if the fireworks hit him, maybe he's hurt.
No, that's valid. I'm just pointing out, like, so, all right, you pump 2 cure wounds into him. Ivron, you don't feel any different, but you do feel some warmth surging from Utaka's hands as your eyesight and vision starts to return.
I think Ivron would like grab onto Utaka's shoulder to be like lifted up and would lay on him as well. So they're now trying to navigate as they start.
The two of you, just wreckage in a storm, start navigating into the house. Yao is nowhere to be seen. Junior is just scurrying away in fright. And you can hear others scurrying deeper in the house from presumably Barry. Israel and Gaharis are just like slowly, like their laughter dying down. Gaharis has tears in his eyes, and Israel just like bathing his face. There's muttering to him and like interspersed with giggles. And Griaz is just frozen in place staring at Utaka.
I will say that Gaharis, you hear a very familiar, almost, it goes back into your childhood. that yell of Harris as he's like Ivron's trying to find you to kill you. He's gonna try to bring on the pain when he gets you.
Harris, you just see him slowly, blindly making his way towards you. Remember that you are prone, technically.
I mean, that's fair. That's so, like in the room.
Luckily, I'm pretty close to the stairs. I just grab Israel, lift up, and I start dragging up the stairs to get as much distance between me and Ivron as I can. If I have to drop,
I think he's getting away.
He's shouting in Celestial and Infernal. He's like, "I'm gonna fucking kill you!"
This is something she has a lot of experience with.
The only thing you hear in Infernal is surprise.
Israel's absolutely helping Gaheris get away at this point. This is now full on a sibling war. She's been here before. She knows the cost. She is running. She's with the enemy now.
I fall behind after Ivron and just he's chasing off, and I like look down at my feet and reach down and like pick up a net, confused. And I glance from the net to Griaz, who hasn't moved.
Lost your scorpion, I'm sorry.
What?
I lost Garnet. Please don't kill me.
How'd you lose Garnet?
I woke up and they weren't there, and I'll get you a new one.
Okay, please don't cry. I don't think you can lose her because she was like with me. And I don't think you can replace her either. That's kind of weird. Because she's kind of been like touched by like my god, so I don't think she's replaceable like that.
Hang on, I ain't no chronomancer, but let's back it up a second.
What?
What do you mean she was with you?
I mean, like, I don't know, like I kind of like snap my finger like this, and as he does that, she shifts and appears like in his open palm after his snap.
All right, then. Fuck this shit. God damn it. He's taking the pot off his head.
The faint sound of Ron stomping.
Just still yelling at Garrison Infernal. Just like, you motherfucker!
Very disoriented, banging up against the walls as he's trying to steady himself.
This is just very faint, you know, in the other room kind of background to this quieter conversation.
Oh yeah, definitely the further distance Ivron puts between Utaka and himself, I'm throwing that 30-foot circle of darkness in his way. I will be throwing everything to just make it the most miserable chase for Ivron that I can.
Ivron, you got your sight back briefly, only to see Gaheris grinning as it is quickly taken away once more, as you're like stumbling up the stairs and into the second floor, like trying to like hear your way towards him.
Just as it always is, that first step into the darkness, Ivron trips and falls flat on his face. And again, cussing in Celestial and Infernal. He in all the languages he knows.
I know that word.
He is chasing after.
Israel has whispered to Gaheris, "It's like, oh, you need to go up to the attic and we can hide. Just be quiet."
I'm just following.
I think when you like head up those last stairs to the attic, you come face to face with Barry. Just like
yeah, Barry was coming down to like investigate that Utaka had returned, but at the fireworks going off, was like cowering up in the attic.
I just goes shh to Barry. It goes like scooch back.
Barry kind of scuttles out of the way and just watches their antennae just like twitching and like trembling.
As they clear the staircase, she would go, okay, go right down.
Yeah, and as Barry scuttles back down the stairs, you can see Junior just clinging to their backs, also trembling.
Is gonna pump the super soaker a couple of times and just shoot it into his own mouth.
Roll me a D100.
And then he's gonna, I will. And then he's gonna hand it over to Utaka and go, it's called a bramble pelt. Don't tell Israel I gave this to you. You ain't old enough yet, but man, fuck it.
What's that
And
supposed to mean?
He's just walking out into the street at this point. He's going to wild shape into a horse, and we're gonna see what wild magic bullshit's gonna happen. It is a 20.
20. Okay. Okay. So, Utaka, you watch it just abject confusion as Chris pumps the super soaker, gives it to you, wanders out into the street, wild shapes into a horse, and as you're out onto the streets of Vale, right, Grias, you feel it coming over you, the anger, the very intense alcohol poisoning, the feeling that you're feeling lucky, punk, and then a puddle 30 feet in diameter of like just liquid appears around you as you cast grease on yourself, and you immediately start like trying to hold your footing. And I would like you to please make me a dexterity saving throw.
Find the stats.
You turned into a pig.
What fresh hell is this?
I think this is the most like pee I've ever seen a horse let out at once.
Grias, what's your dex save?
Oh, I'm getting to the horse. Hold on. Gotta find horse stats for this.
I think if it's a war horse, it's a +3.
My face hurts.
Horse has
I couldn't-
+3, but also we started this with a cursed image, and we've only gotten more and more cursed. And I just got on.
This is pretty cursed.
Oh, war horse is a +1. My bad.
Yeah, warhorse is a +1. Yeah.
Alright.
So that is a 17.
Okay.
So he is an angry.
No. That you are still in the rage. What that was for was to see if you trip in the grease
No,
ball.
I'm specifying. He is an angry, long, good at thieving, wild magic horse. Now surrounded by grease as he goes to gallop.
All right. As you start galloping, let me
fantastic.
double check something. Okay, yeah, you don't have to make the save again, although it is difficult terrain now, so you kind of like stumble and fumble a little bit but once you're out of the grease pile, you just start horribly, angrily galloping off into the sunset.
Just a greased up, angry long horse loose in the city.
I witness him, which is probably the best thing that I could do in this situation.
Bear witness. I've started a religion by this. He's also just grabbing shit with his horse teeth as he's running along in the city. Just
I watch after him in like appreciation.
into the sunset. It is the setting sun, by the way.
Yeah,
This is majestic as fuck.
Yeah, it's great.
And then I glanced down to the super soaker in bemusement.
And to be fair, Israel has told you exactly what the bramble pelt is and what to expect. You know what that means.
He will lift it up and like look at it and feel it slosh in his hand.
Oh,
It's
Garrison
not
is
necessarily thick beverage, to be fair.
Harrison Israel, make me a stealth check to see if you can hide from Ivron.
I'm gonna use my crit.
I was gonna say, to be
+6.
fair, Imran's lost in a darkness, and he's just crawling at this point.
And also like Barry is coming down to like further confuse him.
That's a 17 from me, Chief.
Okay.
And that's with disadvantage, even though I don't think I have my armor on.
All right. Ivron, can you make me a perception check at disadvantage? At a lot of disadvantage.
Oh, man. Disadvantage. That is a 5.
Ivron, you start crawling back up the stairs, working your way through the darkness as Gaheris and Israel start sheltering, all giggles and smiles in the attic. And while you're lost in the darkness, you feel Barry scuttle over you, literally just crawling on top of you and past you. And you finally estimate you've reached the top of the stairs, but just kind of fall flat as you have no idea where they are at this point. You're not even sure you can get out of the darkness. It's a bad scene.
I think he's just gonna lie there. You know, this is my life now. It's no different than when we were growing up. He's contemplating all of his decisions of how he's cared about Gaheris and started to care about Israel and everybody in the party. He's like, you know, I could just disappear, go on vacation, or war.
No one appreciates the captain.
Once the yelling has subsided, Gaheris will turn and offer this lopsided grin to Israel. Happy birthday. I thought that you would like it. But you're welcome. And I will give her a kiss, and I will just start going down. Ivron, oh, you silly. I see that, I'll, like, snap my fingers and, like, the darkness just dissipates. I see that you, are laying on the job. All I was checking to see that the defenses of our house were up to par. If the assassins of Red Set came after us, there is only one way we can go.
I'm starting to think the word of the assassins. As he lies face up against the floor, just giving up on life.
So Israel, like a slower, approaches and just comes to stand with her little bare feet, and then she crouches and goes, "Hey, Ron, you okay, man?"
Yeah, I think I'll be okay.
She just like pats his head, like, there.
I mean, you act as if this is the worst things that I've done. As if lighting the mattress on fire, or letting loose a badger in your room.
He mutter this too quietly, and she says, "You know, we could push him down the stairs."
So mean.
I think at the bottom of the stairs, you see Utaka like standing there, like holding a super soaker, like glancing from it to you.
And Utaka, as you're doing this, you hear scuttling as Barry rapidly scuttles down the stairs, literally crawls over the banister to basically just tackle you and start like rubbing their head up against your stomach and sides.
I crumple into a ball under this very large ant. And I will try to start squirting it at Barry.
Oh no.
Utaka, can you roll me a D100?
Yeah, sure.
Because
I would love to. It would be my pleasure.
Yeah.
Oh God.
In the arms of a berry.
That is a 89.
Don't worry, we have a saving.
So someone spam the save berry.
We have a
No, he has 2 already.
Oh,
Got
you're
to
right.
spare the berries. We're safe.
Spare the berry.
Utaka, Barry vanishes.
No!
But you can still feel their weight pressing into you. Although you
Yes!
do not. But you feel the weight kind of come off of you very abruptly, and then you hear rapid, violent scuttling as like a scratch is laid into the door frame as Barry rampages out into the street. Barry is invisible, cannot be heard, and is now raging on the streets of Valebright.
No.
For a full minute. Oh.
Wait, is that super soaker filled with bramble pelts?
I don't know, is it? I would like to shoot it some at Israel now.
Oh no, she's like dodging back into the attic.
The short answer is yes. Very effective against spellcasters.
I would like to try to shoot some at Garrus.
I'm not gonna dodge.
Are you going to like go out of your way to drink some, or is you just gonna let it splash you?
Oh God, I don't want to waste alcohol.
I mean,
He's standing at the top of the
vaguely
stairs,
aiming
like-
at his face.
Yeah.
I'm not
Okay,
like-
so I'll say Harris, if you're not trying to avoid it
Oh yeah,
and
I'll
target is
roll.
aiming
I'll roll.
yeah, roll me a D100, bud.
All right, that is a 55.
You guys are playing a dangerous game.
Oh,
I can't wait for one
Where's
of us
the
to get
fireball?
fireball.
Where's the
Uh-oh.
fireball?
oh.
And that was the last of the house.
Ivron, Utaka, Israel, the three of you watch as Gaharis happily catches it in his mouth and like poses, and with a all of his hair falls out.
Ivron is now cackling and like gut-wrenchingly crying at this point. That's how gleefully he's laughing.
Ah.
Serves you right.
You know, I feel a little bit less conflicted about pushing you down the stairs now.
And Israel's like, oh no.
You're fucking bald.
This is fine. This is fine.
I didn't know his head was like lumpy under all that hair.
So she went to shove to her. She's actually just like hugging you, like she pats your chest.
There's just a pile of Gaharis's beautiful hair at his feet.
I take a moment, collect myself, and then I look at Utaka, and I hold up one finger. And I mouth, "You owe me one."
I think when he holds up one finger, I start to run. I think he's about to like hold up more fingers, like this is a threat.
Like counting the three.
Yeah.
Utaka, are you running in the house or out?
I mean, initially, well,
I mean,
I
I'm
think
on the stairs. There's nowhere. There's nowhere else.
I think I initially like turn and like scamper like out of the like into the kitchen, just like lopsided, so like crashing into stuff as I move.
So, Gaharis, as you hold up the thing, before you can even start mouthing, Utaka just runs. And as they disappear into the next room, you just hear like... Is there anything else you guys would like to do before the next part?
I'm gonna go lay down now. This has been a day. Everyone, I will help you to your room.
I was gonna say, I think Ivron would just go to his room, and as everyone is either raging on the bramble pelt or just chilling, he's gonna sit down and drink one of the bottles that he was gifted by Lord Joranels. And if others join him, he would share with them.
More drinking.
Yeah, more drinking. And he would be like, again, I hope this makes up for the incident last night. Happy birthday, Israel. And then he would just keep snickering at his bald head.
I think after a time, since it doesn't sound like Gaharis is chasing after him, Utaka might slowly slink back.
I mean, at this point, when Israel goes to her room, she's turned on her music box and has left the door open so that just calm music is just in the house. And she's just sort of like lying on her bed. She's not asleep or anything, but she's just sort of lazing there. She hasn't decided to get properly dressed or anything.
Griaz, out rampaging in the street. Your rage lasts for a minute.
Honestly, someone else's problem.
What?
If he's traveling at 10 feet per second, he can commit quite a few horse crimes in a minute.
So I was gonna say, I don't want to assume. Do you want to commit horse crimes?
He's raging and has like an additional proficiency in sleight of hand. He doesn't have hands, but he's got a horse chomper. Yeah, he's committing horse crimes. He is picking pockets as a horse.
Maybe
Matt, I don't know why you have to ask these
silly
stupid
questions. I want to
He's
steal.
clattering through the streets, knocking over carts. While the carts are being knocked over, he's stealing people's purses.
Yes, make me a sleight of hand check at advantage.
This is that scene from Over the Garden Wall where
Yeah, I want to steal.
Yeah, the horse doesn't commit crimes. I want to commit crimes. Yeah. All right, slide it. God damn it. Oh, I have to use horse dexterity. God damn it.
Well, you still get advantage.
Okay, I get advantage on my horse dexterity. That's good. I used to have a +6. I guess I'll sever my +1.
Horse crimes. This party, the festival's not even here yet.
That's a 21.
I think
All
you're
right.
wrong. The party is here.
Yeah, you guys are the party.
We made the festival.
Wait,
It's-
that's a
rolled- I
21
rolled
with
a
a
nat 20
+1.
on-
Did you? Yeah, that was a nat 20.
I rolled a nat 20 on horse crimes. Yeah. Yep, yep.
Okay.
Graham, our next shirt should be Nat 20 for horse crimes.
I will
Yes.
put it on the market.
Griaz, the last thing you can remember is Barry reappearing next to you and kind of looking around in confusion before scuttling to keep pace with you as you rampage as a horse through the streets before everything goes black.
Oh no.
The next morning. So does anyone have any final things for tonight before? Okay. You may all mark down a long rest if you haven't already.
What about a level up? I feel like we've learned a lot from this.
Oh!
Just wake up naked in the streets like a reverse werewolf. Still hairy.
Yes, so Griaz. We'll start with you, bud. You
American
kind of
werehorse and Veilbright.
you oh. You kind of startle awake slightly and look around. Your eyes are crusted, like your head is pounding. And luckily you don't appear to be in the sun. Looking around and judging from the smell, you appear to be in a stable. Barry is kind of perched over you, like just kind of looking down at you and tilting their head and their antennae kind of like waving against your face to help wake you up. And you look down, you are still clothed, thankfully, although you smell terrible. And you see literally falling out of your pockets is a pretty respectable array of like little knickknacks and a few coins and jewels.
Nice. I'm like a drunk economist. Making money.
So, Griaz, you may add 50 silver pieces, 30 copper pieces, and a pearl necklace to your inventory. You also have an apple, although it appears to have a horse-sized bite taken out of it. And
I don't have an apple, Matt.
and
A horse-sized bite out of an apple, Matt. That's not an apple.
You got an apple stem, I guess is.
Yeah, I have the memory of an apple, is what you're telling me.
Oh my god, I'm actually crying.
Well, maybe that's a good place to end.
No, I can keep going.
On tonight's
Oh.
episode, we make Matt cry.
You also have what appears to be a glass eye, although you don't want to think too hard about that. That's all you have in your pockets from your night of horse crimes. Oh my
On
god.
Graham Cracker's channel, we make DM cry.
Oh. I'm actually crying.
Like the GSIA being the law enforcement of the city is going to get a laundry list of things that have just gone missing. One of them
On
being
it.
a glass
Angry
eye.
horse.
Of course, Mister. Of course, sir. We will look into this horse debacle for you.
I only had one eye. It took the glass one, but it was a very angry, very strange-looking horse.
Really, what did it look like? What color was it? Which direction did it go off in? I feel
It
like
was
my
brown.
legs
You ever
just-
seen a horse and you're just like, the legs of that horse are way too long.
Stop!
Like,
Suddenly-
something's not right about that horse. And then-
I think it was green.
And an ant
The
with
horse
him!
was bad.
Do you want
I don't know
eye
if the horse
back?
was bad. It
Does,
was eatable. Does that help?
I mean, we're like investigators. We got this.
does he have any accomplices? Yeah, he had an ant with him!
Like a little one? No, a giant ant. I
Big
don't know
one.
what to tell you.
Oh Christ. Oh my
So
God.
you've been drinking bramble pelts. I hear that's a new drug on the street. Have you been doing bramble pelts?
Oh man, I'm real excited
Bramble
for the
pelts,
festival
not
where we
even
just
once.
hand them out.
Oh my God. Sangrias, you have a bunch of shit in your pockets. You have an apple core, you have coins, you have a glass eye.
This is the brain on bramble pelt.
I'm not gonna be able to keep going. What? The
Bramble
rest of you,
pelts. Say nay.
the rest of you in the fucking house. What are you doing?
So I wake up in the morning, make some breakfast.
You're still bald, by the way.
That's
in
fair.
case you were wondering.
Yep, I figured.
I think after Ivran takes a shower and grooms himself, he's gonna come down and he's just gonna be like, I don't know. What do you, hey Harris, what do
Good
you
morning.
call a group of rabbits hopping backwards? A receding hairline. Ha 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 ha. You deserve that one.
That may be fair. But even without the hair, I'm still more attractive than you.
You know?
I wouldn't go
At a
that
cer-
far, says
at a
Israel
certain-
as she comes in, freshened up, normal clothes. But she does take time to go over to Harris and actually like run her hand over his head and goes, "You are still handsome," and like just pats him and then goes to steal whatever food he's made.
It's toast. I hope you all like toast.
And then she just like subtly like bumps him out of the way and looks for the other food as she eats the toast.
There's plates upon plates of toast sitting on the table.
There's like jam and honey, like set out on the table and just toast.
All right.
And she's like, "I'll make something," and she like looks at Evron and shoos Gaharis away from the stove.
Ivran opens the newspaper that he found on the front porch, and with his brown morning potion, will drink it, and it'll see like headlines: horse crimes rampaging the city. Old man Higgins still missing his glass eye.
I'm sorry. It would say galloping through the city, stampeding maybe, but
There you go.
if not, that headline writer missed an opportunity.
I will, as at the scent of Israel's cooking, cautiously peek into the kitchen to see if there are hostile forces in there.
Clip Clop needs cop to investigate horse crimes.
Horse buck justice.
Horse. Oh my god.
It's too much.
When the horse was
No.
when the local stable head was asked if he could give a comment, all he said was nay.
Streets now unstable.
Good lord. But yeah, there's like eggs now and also bacon to go with the toast.
Law attempts to rein it in.
Does Gaharis look hostile when
Nope,
he
but
might...
Harris does hold one finger and mouths again. You owe me one.
I slowly slink out of the doorway. Fast movements might enrage him.
If I stay completely still, you won't notice me.
As Israel travels to the table with, helpings of food that have been finished, she might spot you talking. Are you gonna eat? Or
I'm like, you catch me like mid stride, like a spy movie, and I just like freeze.
do you want food?
Yeah.
Cool. She goes back to the stove to make more.
All right. You all settle for something resembling breakfast. Yao is still nowhere to be seen. Barry and Junior, just like puppies, just sit in the kitchen for their kibble. Griaz, Barry's with Griaz. So Junior is Junior and Garnet are getting ready for kibble. Griaz with Barry at the stables, waking up like Bruce Banner coming back from the Hulk, pockets full of knickknacks. What would you like to do?
God, my head hurts. All right. Well, it's morning. Wonder what the weather's going to be like.
Well, Griaz, it's interesting that you asked that question. Things are going to start getting a little bit colder. It's getting to the end of autumn after all. Winter's coming. But overall, it's going to be a cloudy day with a little bit of a chill, especially in the night. So make sure you bundle up.
Imagine like Weather Griaz just has like a big cup of coffee and bags under his eyes. It's like, man, I had a rough night.
Yeah, well, the weather last night was pink elephants, I think.
Barry, I think we need to get back before your daddy don't kill me again. Yep. All right. Can I ride you? Is that a thing, or you won't walk? Is that I don't know the logistics of you.
Barry kind of like digs their head under you to start just kind of hoisting you onto their back. You kind of have to grab to make sure the things don't fall out of your pockets. Sorry, I started thinking of the fucking apple again.
Yeah, I wish I had an apple to give you, but there was a horse-sized bite taken out of it, which means there wasn't an apple.
I said it's a core. It's a core of an apple. You wouldn't eat you're a horse, but you're a civilized horse.
Just knocking around with like
Pinky's
a
out.
long
You
ass
got a
hoof.
knife
Just...
and a fork there, yes.
Civilized horse, give me horse grind.
You arranged the
the
napkin
gentleman
around your neck.
thief horse.
Yes.
It's the gentleman's thief of horses.
Oh God!
At a point, he had somehow like knocked a top hat onto his head.
He had like
Somehow
one of those
holding a
like old
monocle.
timey robber masks. Oh God!
You've
All
heard
right.
of cat burglars. What about horse burglars? Clip clop.
I can't do it. Okay.
Cat burglar, you'll never hear it coming. A horse, you probably will. To be fair, there's not a lot of sneaking through. There's a lot of breaking through windows, and yes.
They ask how do you sneak up on someone whenever you're a horse? I tell them I flank them. I'm the main event. So you better pony up the dough.
All right, with that, we are going to catch you all next week.
No!
No, it's done. It's done. I'm cutting us off.
We're unbridled.
All right, Barry.
I am
starts-
untethered and my rage knows no bounds.
So Barry carries you back to the house. I'll say the stables aren't super far from where you are, so you all hear less of a knock and more of like a just like sort of like very light bashing against the door, and can hear Griaz like mumbling slightly to themselves about horse thieves.
I think by this point, some of the extra toast has gone to Junior. Like at sort of garbage disposal, it's just like, here you go.
And Junior and Garnet promptly start like fighting over like little bits of it.
I'm like, oh no, you don't. I snap her back. I do not want her fighting with Junior over food. There is a
Yeah,
He
size
just sits in the
difference.
middle of the table with jaws open, just like throw scraps in there. It's a game.
Junior happily just gorges on the both there and Garnet's share of bread.
Like a table sarlacc. There.
And does someone want to let Griaz and Barry in?
I think if Ron would, he would probably be leaving as they arrive. Dressed in finer raiment with his cloak and his GSIA badge pin clasp, but he would let him in.
Yeah, Ron, you
There
open
you
the
go,
door and
Captain.
see see Barry come in carrying Griaz, whose pockets are just much more filled than when you last recall.
Yeah, he's like laying like horizontal along Barry. Where are you going, fancy boy?
Well, Master Bramblepelt, I do need to find Yao. There are some questions I have for Melvin. I must check my correspondence and prepare for the festival. How are you?
You gonna see your girlfriend?
Morning?
He most definitely is.
There, I got some. I'll hand the pearl necklace. Or like shiny things.
Where did you find this, sir?
Why you gotta be asking questions?
Do you want eggs?
Barry, eggs.
Barry just starts scuttling into the kitchen. And Griaz just basically is carried away from you, Ivron, as you're left confused and holding the pearl necklace. And also, I want everyone to appreciate that Griaz has a whole and completely unbroken pearl necklace.
Yep. I noticed that earlier.
Yep.
Horse crabs.
Horse crabs.
Horse crabs.
Ron will pocket it and he will say, "Do try to be on your best behavior today. Good day," and then he will leave and close the door.
After the last 2 days this party has had, you leave him with that.
5 minutes
What
after.
else?
Real dad.
Do you honestly think if Ron could stop any of it, he'd be able to?
Like, also, Griaz, I will say, as Barry carries you into the kitchen, you notice that Gaharis is bald.
For a second, he checks his pockets for like hair. Did I?
Hair's crime.
Horse crimes.
Horse crabs.
I'm getting a headache from laughing. About 5 minutes after Ivron leaves, I will also leave, and I'm going to the post office.
Okay. So Avron and Garrus have plans for the day. What are the rest of you going to be doing, if anything?
I would like to return the Super Soaker to Griaz. I did not actually imbibe it after watching what it did to other people.
That is fair.
Smart. And she just looks at you and she's like doing the dishes.
So it is exactly as full as it was after I squirted Barry and Harris. Nothing else is missing.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm going to go wash off horse crimes. I smell like horse crimes.
You smell like oats.
I smell like oats and felonies. Yeah.
Oh my god!
The newest cereal from General Mills.
That has to be the shirt! That has to be the newest radio broadcast crimes drama from Oats and Felonies, Horse Crimes!
Yo, old Oats!
No, on the front it says, "That's a nat 20 for horse crimes," and on the back, I smell of oats.
Oh, Oats.
Oats, I did it again.
Oh my god. This is gonna be my whole night.
Do you plead guilty, Graz? Nay.
Israel is going to do the dishes in like a bucket, and she's gonna be looking at the sink and the fish, and she's like, we need to find a place for this. So could you do that today sometime?
I'm changing today's episode to horse crimes. I hope you all know that.
Yeah.
Sure.
But so she's gonna just assign that task to you, Utaka. Sometime today, fish out of sink. Gives you thumbs up, and she's gonna go to the backyard.
But I think it likes it there.
I need a sink. So you either can get a new sink, or you can get a new place for the fish. And she like pats you on the shoulder and then goes outside to go practice with her rifle.
Griaz, where can we get a sink?
Ooh, sink stores. No, that doesn't sound right. They don't have those. Hey, if your fish needs somewhere to live, Melvin moved out of his room. The fish can have his side of the room.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
I think he has like vials and jars and shit. Can you fish? live in-
That's gonna be too small. if you don't think we can find like a sink store, what about like a bathtub store?
That sounds more reasonable. They gotta have stores for bathtubs, right?
Yeah.
I mean, where do people get bathtubs? There's gotta be a store for 'em.
Exactly.
All right.
I like the idea of picking up on them going to Home Depot.
I hate that I actually have to go to my notes and pull up the
Have a boys' day out at Home Depot. We'll just. I think that's the right circumference tube. And did you bring?
Okay.
You forgot the tape measure.
All right.
Yeah, we'll just borrow one from next time.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, they gotta have them here.
I found.
I mean, I got something.
I found my list of stores, so we'll cover that. So, Israel, you have the house to yourself and the pets. Griaz and Utaka are going shopping, and Garrus and Ivron have paladin things to do.
We'll probably just move the fish to the bathtub once Griaz is done using it. It's not in the sink anymore. Temporary fix / permanent fix.
And she's like, and now it's in the bath, which I also need to take baths.
Oh, you need everything.
I will say. So, are you guys actually looking for a place that sells baths in particular, or just anything that sells like home stuff?
We need a container for a fish.
Anything tub-sized.
Fine, because I actually have a list of stores here, and I wasn't sure if you wanted to use one of them.
Is there a bathtub store? Is that?
You do find a relatively large store called Bed Bath and Beholder.
Tubs and suds. Come on by.
I think it's probably at this point that Utaka realizes he has literally no money.
I got some money. We'll take care of your fish. You know, I've been to a Bed Bath and Beholder, and I don't know about the Beholder part. I don't know why they include that.
I mean,
It's
I
like-
think it's just like, I don't know, what's the word? It's just like stuff for their signs, like a brand.
Yeah, I've just been to somewhere they actually do have a beholder in the back. It's like, why is there a section for this? Yeah, you should really start recording this off.
You've seen a beholder?
Might have been a cardboard cutout.
All right, and I will say, I wanted to say the name because I had it pulled up, but they do sell baths. It's 5 gold if you want to buy one.
Yeah, all right. I got 5 gold for a bath.
All right.
I have 8 silver, so you're spotting me right now.
No, I got you. We'll find a home for your fish. Fish home.
Fish home. All right.
Melvin comes back to a tub because here he is.
On his bed.
I just needed to sort my books. All right, so. All right, with a bath acquired for Utaka's fish, Israel cleaning up the house, Ivron. All right, so.
And Israel's
Ivron-
also going to be practice shooting once she's done cleaning.
Yes.
She's enjoying her house.
This party. All right, so Ivron and Harris, you're both wanting to do correspondence. Do you want to do that at the same time, or Ivron, do you want to take care of some other stuff?
Correspondent. I mean, he'd go to the post
Oh,
probably
Hey.
first anyway.
yeah. So I'd get there right as you're leaving.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
Okay. Ivron, who would you like to correspond with?
More so checking to see who was, if any, had been received, and then corresponding to the usual. He'd probably correspond with Alice because she seemed nice. Lord Jornel's or whoever's in Barrowdale, I think that's where Lord Jornel's went. And then he also would correspond with that maid that you had known in his past that was briefly referenced. I feel that he had corresponded with before.
Okay.
I feel like there was one more, but that's the that's the big thing.
Okay. All right.
Oh, and the Hell Knights. Is there any orders from the Hell Knights that he should be aware of?
You do have one letter from the Hell Knights, although technically it's actually from Lord Els himself. The letter tells you that he is on his way back. He indeed had been checking in on the Baradel with you guys previously occupied here, and is currently checking in with the Hell Knights in Amelia City. And says that he will likely be there for at least another week or two, but will be returning afterwards. Although he is interested in you and Gaharis visiting the Hell Knights in Amelia City, although it is not an order, more of a suggestion, as according to Lord Els, a lot of your old friends in the Hell Knights are currently stationed there. You correspond with Alice, the maid at the Baradel, and for the cost of all these letters, I'll say 8 silver. And Garrish, you said you'd be arriving as Ivron was leaving?
Yeah.
All right. So, Ivron, as you send off the last of your letters and pocket the one from Euron, you head out the door and see Garrus is approaching the post office as well.
Oh, brother. Fancy meeting you here. Here, a letter from Master Els here.
Thank you. And I will read it quickly, hand it back.
Yeah.
Do you think that we should go after the... Well, the swamp comes first.
Indeed.
San Amelia City?
I believe that might be a good place to start. He says that most of our acquaintances are there.
So that is interesting. I wonder why they are all gathered there.
Why? But do you think that we should go there, or maybe directly back home to start our investigation? We know it was an inside job, after all.
I do not know. I am not the best at planning. I usually leave that up to you, as yesterday, displayed.
Very well, dear brother. I will contemplate on this matter. Do you need money for the post?
No. I have plenty of money.
Very well. I will be touring the city. If you want, you can probably find me up at the GSI headquarters.
I shall be there shortly, as soon as I buy a hat.
He would chuckle and walk off.
And then I'm going to send 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 letters. 1 to Skiala, the merfolk, general of the Bluefield Alliance. 1 to Sorrow, 1 to Brooke, 1 to Hamlet, 1 to Nero, 1 to Vine, and 1 to Graves.
All right, and what would you like to say to the generals?
I am investigating a murder. Well, firstly, to blank, I hope this letter finds you well. I hope that all things are going well for the Bluefield Alliance, that you are inroads to making peace and finding out the cause of the, what was it called, the glassoning or something?
They hadn't given it a name, but just just annihilation of the northern and southern swamps.
The annihilation of the swamps. I am investigating a murder of my father. Any information you could provide is more than appreciated. I know that your eyes can reach where mine cannot. I look forward to seeing you all again on equal grounds. We will be looking into the swamp's source as soon as possible. And I will send them the details of Griez's swamp and say, if you wish to lend any aid, we are fairly certain the children of Redside are behind this. And I'll give, like, the map coordinates or whatever, or the name of the town.
Yeah, okay. All right. to send a letter to each of them. That'll cost you a total of 1 gold and 5 silver.
I'm gonna pay 10 gold to have an armed escort
Okay.
with these letters, because they are politically important.
Okay.
So even if that's like 20 gold, I will still...
I'll say for a full armed escort. Okay, are you asking for just guards, or do you want full on like?
No, I'm thinking like 1 or 2 armed delivery people.
Okay, in that case, yeah, 10 gold will do.
Okay, then I will
So
deduct that.
11 gold, 5 silver.
Okay, I have deducted that.
Okay. Is there anything else, Gaharis, that you would like to do in town?
Nope, I'm gonna buy a hat. And I'm gonna go
Fancy
back
or
home.
regular?
Whatever's gonna cover the vast majority of my head.
Yeah, I'll say with the horns, you'll need a somewhat fancy one.
Maybe like a wide-brimmed hat with like, so my horns can like go out of it, like curl.
Yeah. All right. I'll say 3 silver for a fancy hat that can accommodate your horns.
You know what? I'll bring Louis Tenniel with me actually
Oh.
to get the hat.
Well, I will actually say that you would know that Tenniel has since settling into the city has gotten a job at the haberdashery.
Then
So
I go there to get my hat.
I will say, yeah, if you ask for him directly, he takes your measurements, seeming actually genuinely enthused about getting to work with hats, and he discounts you at 2 silver for a custom wide-brimmed hat with a blue feather adorned in it, that not only covers your head and shields your face from the sun, but also is pretty fancy, and 2 silver for that.
I pay 2 silver and then I tip him 2 gold.
He smiles gratefully and pockets it and gives you a tip of his own hat. Give my regards to the others. Yes.
I would be more than happy to.
I
hope that you are staying safe.
Just making sure to stay out of trouble.
If we all were that lucky. I honestly wish you the best, Mr. Tenniel.
Thank you, Harris. You as well.
And if anyone is mistreating you, tell me first. I will take care of it.
I will.
Because you're a hero.
I don't know if I'd go that far, but thank you.
Have a good one, Mr. Tenniel.
You also. Ivron, what would you like to do during your day on the town?
Well, as I said, he'd probably go up to the GSIA headquarters. Firstly, to help with any ordering of preparations for the feast, as far as the GSIA is concerned. And then he would also ask after the Scots, see how they're doing, and then he would take a special interest in seeking out Melvin.
Okay. The preparations we don't need to cover super directly. You sit with Mistra for a few hours to help go over any preparations that need to be made for the festival. When you bring up the Scots, she gives you a nod, and I'm still working on trying to get anything useful out of Joshua Sr., but luckily, he seems like he'll crack given enough time. Now that Utaka's back, yeah, I suppose it's only fair. And reaches behind the desk and rifles through, having to actually like turn completely around and be on her knees to like dig down far enough to hoist up a pretty sizable sack of coins and deposit them on the table. The festival won't do us any good if none of you can afford to enjoy it. This is enough for each of you to get your compensation for bringing in Joshua Sr., especially alive. This should be enough to where each of you, each member of your team, can get 350 gold.
Graciously appreciated. I thank you.
Of course. As for Joshua Jr., his team was brought back, thankfully unharmed. A few bruises to show for it. The ranger in particular took a pretty nasty hit to the face that she's yet to recover from, but they're alive and mentally more or less sound, or as much as they were when they went in, at any rate. Although I've heard them whispering that Joshua Jr. may be thinking of retiring soon.
Well, good for him. The poor man's been through enough.
I suppose we'll have to see what his final decision on the matter is, but that's just the rumors I've heard.
With all this clearing up, has there been any investigation put forth upon the tampering of the teleportation circuit?
We have suspects, but nothing concrete. She pauses, and with the Children of Red Sight's supernatural abilities, traditional investigation methods are unfortunately something of a lost cause. Even what we found, there's no guarantee it hasn't been tampered with. But I don't think it was anything so difficult to trace. According to Melvin and Dr. Tales, the tampering was physical. The runic circle was disrupted after the wizards prepared it during the night, which means it had to be someone who was in the building while you all were asleep that night. We're working through a list of suspects. We just are trying to be subtle about this. Even if we figure out who it is, it's not going to do us any good if they make a run for it. So we have agents stationed at the gates, prepared to stay there through the festival, in the hopes that if they try to run while they think it won't be noticed, we'll catch them trying to slip out. If that turns up anything, you'll all be the first to know.
Very good. Thank you.
Of course, love.
Blushes. After that, he would definitely seek out Melvin if he's in the building.
Yeah, which he's not hard to find. You simply search the libraries and archives of the GSIA, which you know the library to be the most immediately available area of the building, as it's through there to get to the deeper testing and holding facilities. And Melvin is currently poring over several tomes and glances up at you, seeming a little cautious and hesitant, but friendly enough as you approach. Hello, everyone. Is there something I can help you with?
Indeed, there is, Master Mr. Quill. And he's just going to pull out the tome and lay it out on the table in front of him.
He kind of visibly blinks several times, and you can tell he's kind of quietly steadying before shaking his head. And it's as Mr. Bramblepelt observed, it's a Wolpertinger. Bit of an exotic creature, typically not native to this region. He hesitates and shakes his head. I recall you saying that you suspected it had some association with the occult.
Indeed, I did. Why is it that your evil self was holding it?
Make me a persuasion or an intimidation check, your choice. Just let me know which one you're doing.
It would be persuasion.
Okay.
22.
Melvin hesitates and contemplates for a long, silent minute before gritting his teeth and his mouth flattening into a line through the beard, and looking up to you with a very deeply, like, nervous and scared expression. I've told you before that my family were practitioners of darker magics. This symbol is what all of it was built around. It was their symbol. They considered it emblematic of the bloodthirsty deity they worshipped. I saw it more times than I care to admit through my life, and, well, you know how the story ends. I don't like getting my magic in such dark ways, if I can avoid it. Truth be told, I'm disgusted with myself that I had to resort to it so many times just to make it through Nightmare in one piece.
In Celestial, he's going to reply, who does the symbol belong to?
Graham, I believe you have. I believe Melvin can speak Celestial, but can you confirm that for me?
He said that he could. He was the only one, I think, at the party.
Right. Yes. Okay. That's what I thought. I just wanted to be sure. Make me another persuasion check. I'll let you make this one at advantage, since you've already got him talking. He's just eager to clam up if the chance presents itself.
25.
He stares at the symbol for a long moment before finally speaking very slowly in Celestial. They called her Andrasta the Unconquerable.
That name mean anything to you, bro?
Make me a religion check at disadvantage.
18.
You've heard that name before, but you've never seen the worshippers of it, simply by dint of the fact that the worshippers are few and far between. Andrasta the Unconquerable is a dead goddess. A goddess who died long ago, presumed dead in an ancient war of the gods. She was the goddess of war for an ancient civilization of warmongers who believed that their worship of her brought them victory in battle. But when that civilization fell and the cosmic conflicts and political upheavals that happened since then, Andrasta is presumed to be dead. And little worship of her remains. The few worshippers you do know of tend to be people like the Melvin's family. Small, dark sects of worshippers that believe that in making sacrifices ever increasing in value to this dead goddess, that she will grant them victory over whatever opponents they find themselves up against.
I appreciate your time, Master Mr. Quill. I understand this is a difficult thing to talk about, but know that I will hold all this information in confidence, as I hope you will as well.
Of course, why do you want to know? The people that follow her they're dangerous. They're monsters.
I cannot say. There's something familiar about the symbol. I fear that maybe it has something to do with my lineage. But nevertheless, this does continue to pop up, I think we have more than just the children of Redsight to worry about.
You see Melvin is pale and looks like he's about to be sick as he just stares at you, and his expression is difficult to read. It seems like a mixture of disgust and fear and almost a slight flicker of betrayal as he processes what you're telling him. But he gives a slow nod and steadies himself with a swallow before giving a nod. Of course. We'll have to be careful. I'm going to stay here in Veilbright for a while and provide you all with support from afar. But
Ivran will place his hand on Melvin's shoulder and, in a very reassuring and kindly voice, say, "Worry not. Your friends are here to help you." And he will cast heroism on him. And as he's leaving, he'll just state, "And remember, you know where we live. If ever you need to talk, my room is right across from yours."
thank you.
And then he'll go back out to the office.
Melvin mutters a thanks, and do you take the tome with you?
Yes, Ivran will take the tome back.
Okay. Is there anything else you would like to do today?
If he meets up with Gaheris, I think from then on he just looked for Yao.
Okay.
He hasn't found him yet, though.
Yeah, I will say with the two of you together, Gaheris' Sentinel Shield, Ivran, like knowing the animal decently well, you do eventually find Yao. Yao had retreated several streets down and does not recoil. In fact, they just kind of look up at you lazily, and you can see some very slight food around their face. They've likely just been digging around and scavenging in the days since the explosion. Yeah, just stress eating.
Oh, I'm sorry, my friend. I am so sorry. And he'll wrap him up in a big old hug, and then he'll look at him and be like, perhaps we can make sure that if we ever do get separated, we can find each other again. And if he will let him, Iran will cast the ritual Find Steed on Yao, thus binding them together, if you'll allow it.
Okay.
Or if he'll allow it as well.
Yeah, I'm just double checking that it works mechanically. Okay. Yao stares up at you and pauses. You can see the gears turning as they think before they finally stand up straight and dusting themselves off and shaking their head to get the food crumbs out of their face. They give you a deep bow, their horn almost like in a motion of knighting as they bow at your feet.
Ivran graciously bows back, and we'll.
All right. Gaheris, you watch as Ivran binds Yao, the Jieshi beast that he had rescued from the fighting ring, as his new steed.
I think it's very solemn. I don't think Gaheris has any quips or anything like that. It is a very solemn, very respectful miniature ceremony, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Would you like to go home now? He'll look to Yao, and then also look to Gaheris. Like, do you have anything else in the city, brother?
No, I believe that a nap might be in order. A nap before the festival.
Yao bumps to your side, Ivran, and slowly but respectfully and actually matching your pace perfectly, walks alongside you as you all, with mounts in tow, begin working your way home. Israel, knock off 5 of your ammunition to practice through the day. As you get comfortable with the scope, the firing mechanisms. Griaz and Utaka, your acquisition of a bathtub starts to get brought home for Utaka's fish. Is there anything you all would like to do once you're together at the house?
Once we, because I think Griaz and Utaka have some hours together while everyone else is...
Yeah, everyone's got their own stuff going on, so.
So once we kind of awkwardly drag a bathtub up the stairs.
It's difficult, but you're both pretty strong, so.
Speak for him. I'm not as strong. But
you'll find that Israel is also like not in the house, but also not outside because she's probably gone out at some point to get food for dinner, like a quick run to go get groceries and come back.
Okay.
But I think once they kind of get that positioned in Griaz's room, and Utaka can just fill it with create water. So
yeah.
That said and done, I think it kind of just catching his breath, he'll kind of plop down on whatever bed is available to sit on. And kind of, I don't know, look like, I don't know, glance from Griaz to the door and kind of like let out like a long breath, like
What's up, bud?
I don't know.
Grizz will just kind of hit the door with his foot and close it. It's okay. Ain't nobody can hear anything. You got something to say? You can say it. If you don't want to say it, we can just hang out.
I guess I got a question.
Yeah.
Seems like you might know what to do more than they would. You ever like steal a bunch of shit from someone and then like want to apologize? You ever had to do that? Like a lot of stuff.
Horse crimes. Yeah, Utaka. Yeah, that is absolutely something I have experience with.
So what do you like say?
Well, it depends on what you stole, how sorry you are, and who you stole it from. But I can tell you what.
So I was thinking, like, theoretically, like, stick with me here.
Sure.
Going kind of like, so I thought I should maybe, like, apologize or something for stealing all your stuff off and pawning half of it in case you want to murder me. Please don't. How does that sound?
Okay. If I could, are you open to notes?
Yeah.
All right. Maybe a tad more sincerity. You, instead of the or somethings or whatever's, all right. Tell you what, it doesn't hurt to just start with the plain old, I'm sorry. This is why, and this is what I'm gonna do to make it better.
So let's say
that's the final step
theoretically,
is restitution.
what's restituting?
Well, that's when you had too many beans. No, I'm just kidding. No, you took something from somebody. You took something away from them. And it's not just that you need to give that thing back, but the absence of that thing caused more pain than just the loss of it. So you got to find something to make up for it. It's like interest. You know, when you take a loan from a loan shark or whatever else, and it's not just you get that 5 gold, but they charge you interest. You got interest on the pain it caused to that person.
Tell them I owe them a favor?
Well, again, that depends on who you stole from. Some folk you don't want to owe favors to, but
I mean, yeah, probably a bad idea.
I mean, a favor, just offer something to make it better. Sometimes folk just want an apology. Sometimes they just want their stuff back. Sometimes that's enough. Sometimes, depending on the folk.
Like, theoretically, there's a actual literal ocean between me and them, so maybe it's harder to hand them their stuff back.
Well, you could always wait, or you could mail it with a nice card.
They're scary as shit.
Okay. All right, we're digging deeper here. I'm feeling like this is less of a hypothetical, but hypothetically,
yeah.
Is this individual somebody that you want to give your stuff back to because you're sorry or because you're scared?
Yeah.
Yes to both.
Yeah.
All right. Is this somebody who, if you gave them their stuff back, they would? Is this person gonna hurt you, Taka?
I don't know. Maybe.
Well, I do. They ain't gonna hurt you. I'm gonna make sure of that. But I tell you what, if you think that giving them their stuff back ain't gonna make a difference one way or another, I tell you right now, just save your conscience. You take something from a bad person, you ain't gotta feel bad about that.
I thought I'm supposed to feel bad when I take stuff, though. So if I don't feel bad, does that make me a bad person? Does that make it, like, okay when other people take my stuff?
You're getting into some complicated stuff right now.
Oh, fuck.
All right, think about it this way. We come across, God's willing, we don't, but we come across Ringo.
Yeah, kind of scared of them too.
Yeah, well, that's fair. But say we come across Ringo again.
Okay.
Ringo's being his shitty self.
Yeah, fuck him.
Right. And he's got this shiny new guitar he's using to make people do stuff they don't want to do.
Mm-hmm.
You take that said guitar.
I don't just kill him again?
I mean, eventually. Well, that's taking somebody's life, and that's another form of restitution. That's another. I mean, it's not necessarily thief. It's murdery, but it's okay. Fine. That's another thing. But say you take something from Ringo. Do you really feel bad? Is that somebody you want to think better of you, or is that somebody who's going, "Hey, man, fuck you"?
I mean,
Taka, you're old enough. You got to know your own morals, man. And they can be yours. You don't have to base them off anybody else. But you know deep inside what's right and what's wrong. If you're doing something just because you're scared of somebody, if that person's scary because they're bad, you got to look out for yourself.
It's complicated. Like,
it always is, though.
Yeah, she's bad and she's kind of a bitch, but
she's single? No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Yeah, just trying to lighten the mood.
Ew.
Yep. Yeah, I have honestly no idea who you're referencing, so that might have put me in a very uncomfortable position right now. So I'm just going to pretend like I didn't say that.
She's kind of old. I mean, which is fine. I just don't want to think about that. Okay.
That's fine. Please don't.
Okay. I don't know.
We're talking. Okay. This individual's big, mean, scary.
Theoretically.
There's an ocean. Hypothetically, yes.
Mm-hmm.
And there's an ocean between, hypothetically, an ocean between you and her, hypothetically. What did you
Okay,
take,
so speaking
hypothetically?
of complications, what if, like, she's a cleric of a goddess of the ocean? So maybe the ocean really isn't that much of a deterrent? I don't know.
Hypothetically, the same goddess of the ocean that you happen to subscribe to?
I mean, theoretically?
Mm-hmm. If we're putting this into theory, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And hypothetically, what did you take?
Her shield and backpack and all of her books and, like, her coin purse. And her weapon. I mean, she was asleep, so I kind of just, like, took the bag and all of her stuff and left.
Okay.
She's probably mad.
I would imagine so, yeah. Okay, well, there's several theories.
Like, theoretically mad.
Theoretically, she is mad about the theoretical theft that you theoretically committed. I mean, there's a number of theories of justice. Restorative justice, of course, says that, you restore the thing that was
Yeah, I don't
taken.
like jails. Oh, okay.
No, that's punitive justice. And that's
Oh.
you just being punished for what you did. And I ain't gonna let that happen either.
Thanks.
There's or restitutive justice, which is what you took and then some. You just gotta, like I said, you gotta figure out what you want to do. Do you want to give this stuff back? Do you think it would make you feel better to do that?
I mean, half of it I can't give back, but
Well, then you can't give it back.
yeah, that's what I said. Yeah.
Right. So you're worried
Give
about
her the books
half
back.
of an
I mean, they're
impossibility.
like kind of like water damaged. that was a bad night.
Hypothetically.
Yeah.
Do you think you could send this individual the gold equivalent and she would be okay with that, and a nice handwritten letter with an apology?
You don't think I should just like cast sending?
You don't want to just send an apology like that. It's
Why?
well, in the same way that you don't want to use sending to like break up with somebody. It's too impersonal.
Isn't it like less impersonal because she could actually like hear me and respond? And I mean, to be fair, she could also like cast it back, so we could probably like have a full conversation. She's
Yeah.
kind of like like more powerful than me.
Oh, I'm picking up on that.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, through the nervous laughter. Absolutely, yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay. How about that? Utaka, why did you steal this stuff?
That's complicated.
Yeah.
Well, because I wanted something and she kept telling me no. And I didn't
Okay.
like that.
Yeah. And now you feel bad about that.
I mean, not really.
Okay.
I guess I'm confused because I kind of I don't know. It's stupid.
It's not stupid. No, listen. You're all grown up. We all have to go through these moments in life where we think about what's right and what's wrong. And recognizing those things is crucial to who we are. And Utaka, I know you're a good individual. I've seen you do good things. And actions speak louder than words. And yeah, we all messed up. Fuck, God's know I messed up in my life, but I'm trying to make that better now. So I tell you what, you have a good sense. If you trust your gut, I know you know what's right and wrong. If you trust your gut on that, it'll tell you what to do next. I'm happy to give you advice, and I can tell you, if you can't give the stuff back, if you don't want to give the stuff back, if you don't even feel bad about it, then you probably shouldn't. Because you got a good head on your shoulders and you got a good heart in your chest. Sometimes we can't make up for the bad things we do. We can only push forward and try to do more good in the world than the bad you've done. I can't take back a lot of the things that I did, most of the things that I did. I'm just hoping that when my time comes, it balances out. So I trust you.
You guys are on
Yes.
some different shit.
It's life, man. Breathe it in.
Yeah.
Might as well enjoy it while you got it.
Yeah, that's fair. I guess she could kill me.
Oh, always an option.
Probably not.
I mean, you said she had sending. If she wanted to scream and yell at you, she would have done so right by now, right?
This is kind of what I meant by I think it's complicated. I kind of wonder if she was like... Part of me says she should be mad because I like robbed her while she was sleeping. But I'm also... I don't know. I wonder if she wanted me to.
Well, that does complicate things. That's not exactly stealing then.
I mean, I don't know. It's stupid.
It's not, and I appreciate you talking to me about it. It absolutely does seem complicated. I tell you what, if you ever want to go figure things out, go see about returning what you can or making right or letting bygones be bygones. Whatever you want to do, you don't have to do it alone.
Okay. Thanks.
Yeah, man. Anytime.
And thanks for like carrying the entire tub up the stairs, because
Yeah, it's fine.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Can you like, if they ask, can you tell them that I helped and I was like, you know, like pushing it up and shit.
Oh, yeah, you did it all on your own, man. Strong as hell.
I don't think they would believe that.
Who gives a shit?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, what's your fish's name, by the way? I want to be able to talk to my roommate.
Fuck, I usually get Israel to name them. What color is this fish?
If I recall correctly, you just got like a goldfish, so just like a little, little orangish yellow, little orangish yellow goldfish.
Amber? Am I doing it right? I'm doing it right.
Like a girl born in the 90s. Yep. All right, Amber. You keep on swimming.
Or at least it's not Blair.
And Utaka, as you and the denizens of the home prepare to sleep, Griaz contemplating their new roommate, Utaka contemplating the conversation, Israel, a little bit more trained with your rifle. Ivron, fresh from a hard day at work. And Gaharis, as you're settling in for rest, you feel a slight itch on your head and your hair has returned.
I've got a dope hat.
Indeed you do.
The hat was what brought it back.
You all settle in, freshly behaired. It is the last day before the Winter Festival begins. And Veilbright eagerly prepares, fresh from a wave of fireworks and horse crimes. God, we should have named the series Oats and Felonies. The city of Veilbright sleeps as you all hunker down for the night, ready to actually enjoy yourselves for a change. One last note before we end off, Ivron, would you have distributed the payment for arresting Joshua Sr. To the party?
Oh yeah, and I think out of Ivron's personal part, he would give an extra 100 to Taka for saving Scott Sr.'s life.
Okay, so each of you, Ivron included, get 350 gold, and Utaka, you get an extra 100. So if you haven't noted that down, note that down now. 350 each, 450 for Utaka. With your paycheck for defeating Joshua Sr. Fresh up, Gaharis, no longer bald, but with a new fancy hat. That is where we're going to end tonight's session.
All right. Wow. Who wants to do the call outs first? I'll go last because I'm lazy.
Hey everybody, I'm Kari. You can find me here. Almost always here. No one else has got me going anywhere else, so here I'll stay. Exclusive. I currently have only the Anarian's Rest campaign, which will be going on this coming Tuesday, but then we're going to be taking a break for a few Tuesdays to let the other Shards of Anarian folks catch up with us. So catch me next Tuesday, but then I'm going to be gone for a while on Tuesday, so, catch me then. I will always be here every Friday at 8 to play with all these lovely people. But beyond that, I do not exist on Twitter, and I will not exist on Twitter. I may be in other parts of the internet, but you'll just have to find me, I guess. It's an experience. It'll be fun. But yeah, that's it for me.
I'll go next. My name is Jeremy. I had the pleasure of playing Ivron, the Aasimar Oath of Devotion Paladin tonight. And you can't find me anywhere but here. I am Graham Cracker's central exclusive, contracted, bought and paid for. I'm not currently working on anything else. You can find me on Twitter and Instagram under the handle Dane Darkstride, but there's not a whole lot going on there. At least not any more than you can find with these lovely individuals. I'll pass it off to the next person.
I guess I'll go. I was Matt, your DM. I played everyone who wasn't the fantastic, lovely party members I have the pleasure of DMing for. You guys are fantastic. If you enjoyed my DMing tonight and want to see similar shenanigans elsewhere, check out my Tuesday streamed game of Black Ink and Blue Blood on the Odd Tornado Productions Twitch and YouTube channels every Tuesday, featuring a party of lords and nobles journeying across the region, specifically the region of Gaharis and Ivron's homeland, where they have just teamed up for the time being with a young girl who claims to be Ivron's daughter. So that's a fun time. Go check that out if you want some fun tip of the hat to this campaign. If you want to see more of my general writing whenever I don't have to corral players, check out my webcomic Undercommon, also taking place in the same campaign setting on Webtoon and Tapas, featuring the first goblin to ever become an adventurer. And if you want to see any other of my stuff or stuff of other artists I get to work with, check out Odd Tornado Productions Official on Tumblr, where we have links and posts about everything we make, including the Hummelverse. I'm wearing their shirt right now. They're really great. Go check them out. And that's it for me. Oats and Felonies.
Go ahead, Pharaoh.
All right. Hello, guys. I had the pleasure of playing Utaka today, maybe. And besides finding me here every Friday, you can also find me on an upcoming many Tuesdays next month, where the Shards of Anarian will be playing 3 weeks in a row to catch up with the other group. So I believe that will be May 13th, 20th, and 27th, unless I'm mistaken. Or no, I am mistaken. That's not how time works. 11th, 18th, and 25th. Those are the days in May.
You're my hero.
No problem. I should have known how to do that, considering all I had to do was add 7 to my birthday. So, which is next week. Crazy. So besides that, you can find me on Twitter. I believe we will be linking Twitter handles in chat. And I look forward to seeing you all next week.
And I guess that leaves me. Hi, everybody. I'm Derek Sword. If you want to find me on my projects, the best place is Twitter at dsword16. I am also part of Shards of Anarian with the lovely Pharaoh. So, yes, the dates that Pharaoh said, which I believe was 11th, 18th, and 25th, something like that. Yeah. And happy birthday to Pharaoh. So, yes, I'll play a Knoll named Verban, Knoll Ranger, and that game. Also, tomorrow evening, I am back on Eva Sarid's channel. We took a little break. We are coming back for Horizons Call, an oceanic campaign set in the homebrew world of Damaris that I DM. It's a lot of fun, so check that out. We will actually be having a new cast member joining tomorrow, surprise cast member, which I'm very excited about. And if you can't tell that I love monsters very, very much, the best evidence is the fact that I am the co-host of the podcast Monster Crush. So if you enjoy cryptids and think that all monsters deserve a good smooch, check that wherever podcasts are found. And I think that's it for now. Yeah, yes, it is. Okay. Thank you, everybody. I had a great time.
Hey everybody, it's me, Graham, or Graham Crackers with a Z. You can find me on Twitter at Graham Crackers with a Z1, or you can find me here every Tuesday where I am DMing either Shards of Anarian at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard, or I am DMing Anarian's Rest at 7:30 p.m. Eastern Standard, or on Fridays where I play the lovely Gaheris Nerthos of the Tiefling Paladin Oath of Conquest. Outside of that, every other Saturday, not this one, but next Saturday at 8:30 p.m. Eastern Standard, I will be on Polished Cryptids channel in our nautical campaign where I play Mavrin Minathos, a tiefling sorcerer warlock who, may be cursed like 3 times. Regular pirate stuff. Outside of that, every Thursday of the upcoming month, I will be on Dimples and Dice, where I will be playing in the Bloodlight campaign, which is a 4-session campaign where I am going to be playing my first ever Ranger. I know. I said, Graham, you can't just keep shitting on Rangers and not play them. So I will be playing a Drake Warden, which seem kind of nifty. Outside of that, you can find me on a few other projects which haven't been announced, that will be starting in a few months. Maybe in Star Wars. Maybe in space. Maybe in a myriad of campaigns. But if you or anyone you know is looking for more stuff, you should get all these exclusive Graham Crackers perks and message me so you can be here. But until next week, I hope you stay happy, healthy, and safe, and we will catch you later. Have a wonderful night and a delightful weekend. Bye.
Bye-bye.
We're not going to raid because I'm lazy. Sorry, not sorry.